Mic check 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you. We needed to start on time at exactly 9, so we will kickstart the process because we have exactly an hour for the opening session, and we already have our guests on standby, and we request at this moment, because of our time issue, we will start. Our moderator in Arusha is running a little late, but he will be here in the next few minutes. South Sudan is also online. We have Mr. Leonard Onyonyi, who is the East African Community Peace Advisor. He's also on standby. We have Amy Langland all the way. She's also on standby. And so to kick us off, we will begin from opening remarks. Our host, who is actually hosting this day, the East African Community contact person here, Mr. Leonard Onyonyi. It will be up to you. Kindly, if you can unmute and give your opening remarks. You are welcome. I'll be stepping off stage right now. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Leonard, can you hear us? Sorry, we realized that we were on mute when we were speaking. Pardon our ignorance there. So we were mentioning the fact that we have to begin at 9 sharp and end by exactly 5 minutes to 9 so that we jump on another session. So we were welcoming you and Amy to give your opening remarks, even as the setup in South Sudan tries to catch up with the time that we have. So we welcome you as our host here at the East African Community. The young people and across the world, they're here listening to you. So kindly, over to you.
youth participation in political processes and peace building for political, social, and economic stability of the East African community, which should be achieved through strengthening the capacity of the youth and youth organizations, peace building and conflict prevention and resolution, peace and tolerance among the youth, mainstream peace education in all our institutions of learning, mobilize youth for reconstruction of areas devastated by conflict, and of course, take appropriate measures to promote physical and psychological recovery. about the direction that we are taking with respect to bringing youth on board. Having the youth ambassadors has opened our eyes to the kind of potential that is available within the young people. Interacting with them during election observations and other activities have given us an opportunity also to expose them to mentorship, because we pair them with the more senior or older members of the society who have been in politics and other spheres of life, to the extent that even for the 4 or 5 days that they spend together, seeing of this kind of mentorship. I would want us to continue sustaining. Very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Amy, and thank you very, very much to Leonard for opening that today. I think it's absolutely, everything you say, we really echo that at the Commonwealth Secretariat. So, good morning. I'm Amy, and I'm the Programme Officer at the Commonwealth Secretariat Countering Violent Extremism Unit. So on behalf of the Commonwealth Secretariat, I would like to welcome everybody here, and especially all the young leaders who are joining us today, both physically and virtually. The Commonwealth Secretariat is really pleased to be able to support this event. We strongly support the creation of opportunities for the countries and people of the Commonwealth to learn from one another. So this event in its hybrid format, especially given the circumstances, is something that is so fundamentally important. We were really pleased to be able to support this event. I hope that you've all had a really good first day, and great to see so many of you joining us again this morning. So the Commonwealth Secretariat Countering Violent Extremism, or CVE unit, we are a kind of standalone unit within the Secretariat that focuses specifically on preventing and countering violent extremism across the Commonwealth. Our programme of work covers 4 different areas with the aim to strengthen mechanisms to counter violent extremism in member countries, and ultimately to encourage a strong democracy, rule of law, promotion and protection of human rights, and respect for diversity. We know that a large majority of youth leaders still lack the opportunity to be at the decision-making table and are not taken seriously enough as a valuable partner to solve global issues which are currently affecting them. In our opinion, this is especially important within the preventing and countering violent extremism context, which disproportionately affects young people across the Commonwealth and in the Africa region. So the CVE unit endeavours in everything that we do to mainstream youth agency within our programmes, our technical assistance, our projects, wherever possible, because we believe that young people are the most fundamentally important agents of change within peace building, conflict prevention, and preventing and countering violent extremism. So just a few weeks ago, for example, we ran a webinar that focused on the power of youth to build peace in the Commonwealth. Very, very related to today's event and for the workshops as a whole. It operated as an interdivisional panel, virtual panel event, not as sophisticated as this one, I must say, and it meaningfully brought together young people across the Commonwealth and experts in the field to discuss challenges, share information and best practice, and put forward ideas and opinions on how young people can be the centre of conflict prevention, peace building, and preventing and countering violent extremism. It's clear to us that no matter where you are in the Commonwealth, young people are disproportionately affected, and they are disproportionately overlooked as key and fundamental solutions to these problems. The event, the webinar that we organised had over 100 attendees and demonstrated to us how powerful and effective the youth can be. Young people need to be front and centre for preventing and countering violent extremism initiatives. That's why it's so great to be involved in this summit, and we're really, really pleased to be a part of it. In addition, COVID-19 has intensified the urgency of addressing these issues, whilst also at the same time putting many obstacles in place for summits such as this to take place, which we know are really, really important. So it's great that this event has been able to kind of pioneer an innovative kind of hybrid approach, and I hope that it's going really well for everybody. We will be also involved in a session later on this morning. So I just wanted to end there by thanking the team at YouLead for reaching out to the Commonwealth and for organising or for persevering with the execution of this event, because despite the current circumstances, we can't lose sight of preventing and countering violent extremism. We need to be having these conversations on how the current circumstances have been exploited by violent extremists. And we fundamentally can't lose sight of the fact that young people are the most powerful agents of change in preventing and countering violent extremism, in peace building, in conflict prevention, because most of these initiatives only work best when they're from the ground up, and that's why young people are so fundamentally important. So thanks again. We're really pleased to be part of it, and we're fully support this YouLead Summit, and we're really looking forward to seeing the discussions, to being involved in our event later on, and we're really happy to see all of you here taking part. So thank you.
Its objectives to our speaker, who is here, and then later Her Excellency Madam Rebecca Nyandeng will join us. She has a meeting, but she will be coming in later at around 11, I think, or any time after that. Emmanuel South, you're welcome.
Good morning, dear esteemed delegates of the YouLead Summit 2020. His Excellency Mama Rebecca Nyandeng, the Mabio, Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan, Secretary General of East Africa Community, Honorable Ministers, Mr. Chairperson of National Youth Union, Executive Director of MSDC, Director of Summit and YouLead Secretariat, members of the consortium organizations, East Africa, EAYA ambassadors, YouLead country coordinators, ladies and gentlemen. It's my distinguished pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the East Africa Youth Leadership Program, which is YouLead, fostered by MS Training Center for Development Cooperation and for the East African Community in Arusha, together with the YouLead Consortium in South Sudan. So, to welcome you to East Africa Youth Forum on Peace during the East Africa Youth Leadership Summit, or we call it YouLead Summit. This will also contribute on the ongoing confidential discussion on the East Africa theme of the year, which is Silencing the Gun. As we all are aware, majority of the East African community partners in states and the lakes and the Greater Lakes region, and as the whole are experiencing conflict since the independence. Those conflicts are impacted negatively the life of population in general, as well life of young people. More of 60% of the East Africa population is composed of youth, although the United Nations Security Council has adopted Resolution 2050 on youth, peace and security, which recognizes the young people play an important and positive role in maintaining and promotion of international peace and security. Young people have not been involved as they should in peace building and conflict resolution. So young people are facilitated between extremism and infiltration and demobilizing. On one side, on the other one side, they are viewed as a vulnerable, powerless, in need of protection, while the other sides are feared as dangerous, violent, and apathetic as a threat to security. This made the policy approaches looked at the young people as a problem to solve rather than an asset in solving conflict resolution or peace building. Nevertheless, many young people have been working individually, and we see in South Sudan we have a lot of civil organizations or collectively to enhance and facilitate to promote peace in the communities through peace building and conflict resolution mechanism. According to Youth Cafe, that there are many examples of different approaches, tools, and interventions that young people use to contribute to peace building in their communities, such as strengthen communal cohesion and reconciliation through different religious ethics or dialogues that happen. Like in case of South Sudan, recently we have the national dialogue. So building civic awareness through the debates and public campaigns, work rallies, and social media movement, engaging community entrepreneurship and livelihood programs that through the capacity building and training, advocating for participation and inclusion of youth in decision making by participating in conference, productively policy papers, organizing forums such as these, establishing alliance network with the council and the clubs to connect young peace builders, their capacity in leadership, and to promote participation in peace framework. So, with this, we are looking forward to achieve the objective for this peace forum. There is a lot of objectives. We are hoping that we will have a nice interactions and through the sessions that we are going to have to achieve the goal of this day. Thank you, and I'll call the MC to welcome the chairperson.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. No, sorry. Yeah, Emmanuel Saulo. Now I'll call on stage the chairperson to the Youth Union, National Youth Union. So you are welcome.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, the government representative of the East African states, honorable members of the organizing team of YouLead Summit 2020, distinguished delegates to YouLead 2020, ladies and gentlemen, with much honor and respect, I salute you all in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. and indeed in the names of this joyful summit of young people in our beautiful region, East Africa. Dear beloved participants, allow me on behalf of the youth of South Sudan to congratulate the organizers of this event for making this day a reality. We have been held hostage by the COVID-19 for some time now, but thank God all of you are in good health and cheerful in spirit. Peace and security are interrelated and complementary terms in real sense. Context of stability worldwide. Without peace, there is obviously an imminent security as a result of lack of peace. In that regard, insecurity is a subset of lack of peaceful coexistence and reliable stability. The South Sudan as a country can be case study of peace building and conflict resolution because of the experiences in the war and peace along its quest for independence and freedom from notorious invaders that have invaded South Sudan since Turkey, Egyptian rule, and Egyptian and Arab respectively. Therefore, with our huge experiences in both war and peace, we can be able to tackle issues amicably if there is a political will from the political leaders. And youth has been doing a tremendous work in peace building and conflict prevention in South Sudan, and we need to encourage them in order to participate positively in peace building and sustainable peace in our region. Peace building and conflict prevention or resolution factors are achieved if we are able to understand these factors amicably. And we have to understand the root cause of the problem and set up a solution that can put the end to the war. As I mentioned earlier, the peace and security in our region is interrelated, whereby if one of the countries fall in war, the other countries will be affected. South Sudan, for example, during the 2013 and 2016 crisis, there is a lot of displacement, people to our region, Sudan, Ethiopia, Uganda, and Kenya, which has become part of the consequence of the war. The mismanagement of the post-conflict factors, such as illiteracy and poverty and tribalism, have become one of the contributors to the conflict in East Africa and Africa at large. Apparently, most of the conflict in East Africa as a whole and Caribbean regions, and South Sudan in particular, are mainly sparked by the tribal or communal struggle for dominance of leadership. In that particular country, this discussed tribalism is covered with political slogan as proxies of the winning international recognition of the moment, but the reality remains that the struggle is all about tribal and not ideological imposition. Perhaps youth are to be blamed for their failure to avoid themselves being used in meaningful conflict in Africa. However, poverty and illiteracy and tribalism have impacted youth negatively on their decision to take part in sustainable politics. Based on this supposition, youth should advocate for poverty, education, awareness, campaigns against tribalism, and increase school in order to reduce level of literacy. But when youth also fighting or trying to participate in peace building, there are a number of challenges that are always facing the young people. One is the issue of unemployment and underemployment. The issue of unemployment and underemployment is hindering the creation of peaceful society for youth all around the world. There is also political manipulation for most unemployed young people. Number two is the issue of education. Not only is there a gap between the knowledge, the skills of young people and the job market, there is also a lack of basic education is to fight typing, dehumanization and fear of the other, and xenophobia are present in many societies. There is also intergenerational conflict. In several countries, a lack of intergenerational conflict enters the creation of the peaceful society. Young people feel excluded from political decision-making process and lack of ownership over the society processes. Most of the time, young people feel neglected and they are not being engaged deeply in terms of decision-making. That's why young people are always fighting to be included as part of decision-making. And in the last national dialogue of South Sudan, young people fought hard to make sure that they were given a room by given an allocated percentage of 20% affirmative action to make sure that they are part and parcel of decision making in this country. The issue of governance. Good governance or lack of thereof is another structural limitation for young people to participate in the affairs of their countries. The poor political will demonstrated by leaders and the lack of confidence in institutions and the lack of transparency and the high level of corruption in many societies resulted in a strong sense of disillusionment among the young people. So it's time for young people, because if we talk of estimation, the East African community are greater regions. The estimated is that the 60% of the entire population are young people. And in our context, as South Sudan, the young people constitute 72% of the entire population according to the last census of 2008. That means if we are not fully engaged in decision making, we will not be able to participate in peacebuilding. That's why the engagement of young people in decision making is very important, and also make sure that the young people are contributing positively, because they are the ones being used as a tool in the war, and they are not being used in peacebuilding. Now, with these 2 remarks, I would like to thank everyone who's present here, and let us discuss the role of young people and engagement of young people in decision making, and to make sure that we have a role to play in terms of decision making, to make sure that the peace is in our country and also is in the whole East African community and Great Lake regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Actually, with your leadership, we can see that young people are taking their spaces and they are getting engaged more. And the main point I take from him is that young people are the fuel in every economy, and they have to be used to the fullest. And we will now have an interview from the Star Eagles. That is next. Then it's Judith. There's another microphone.
Wait, a little bit. Are we happy? You lead, you lead, you lead, you lead, we lead. You guys are not happy. Why? I'm excited to be here, and being an alumni also of YouLead from next year, I've seen how important it is that I attended the summit last year. And today is a very important day as well for us as youth from South Sudan. This song that I'm going to sing, it just reminded me of some of the things that we went through in the country when we today talked to people about peace
it's a very important topic. I want to see something that says African, and it's my hope and prayer that we always for the best for this country. Are we happy? Yo. So if you can stand up and say something. Yeah. If you know the song, please sing with us. Give us. Stop Eagles. Let's do Eagles.
the role of the youth in ensuring peace in the region. Good morning officially. My name is Solomon Serwanja. The way we have done the program is that we begin the conversation from South Sudan, and we've been listening from the different participants and different officials who have been speaking about the role of the youth in ensuring peace. And I thought that before we go for a break in just a couple of minutes, from now we'll have a reaction to some of the comments that have been made. We'll be having some of the reactions from you who have been listening in keenly to the presentations, to have your view on the role of the young people in ensuring peace. Like I said, I come from a country recently. I mean, we're supposed to be going to the elections. Uganda will be casting its we'll go to the polls on the 14th of January. And just a couple of weeks, about 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago, we had riots across the country, which left about 47 people dead. Many of them died of gun wounds or gunshots. The number is still rising. The number of casualties, I mean, it's just heartbreaking. But the young people went to the streets, blocked roads, lit up fires, beat up people. Of course, this is after the arrest of one of the presidential candidates, who is also a young person. So that caused sporadic demonstrations and attacks across the country. From Karamoja to Kisoro, we had riots in Kampala, in Jinja, we had riots in Moroto, and it was really, really terrible. This morning I got a call from a random person who told me that because of the violence, there's a sister who was driving back, like from work going home. There's a bullet that went through the car and it hit her back. Yeah, just like that. It hit her back and there's a bullet in her spinal cord. And the doctors say that the operation is going to be, it's going to be difficult to get that bullet out of her back. And so it essentially means that she's paralyzed, she's in pain. It just happened. She was driving from work, going home. And so she didn't know nothing about it, which was terrible. So he's saying, and the family cannot afford that surgery. So he called out and said, can you help me tell this story so that we can have a fundraising, drive so that we can get the money to help get that bullet out of the spinal cord so that the sister can live another day. And sometimes I'm always on TV most of the times doing different programs, but every time I'm finalizing a news bulletin or a program, I always say that when this country burns, we burn with it. I mean, if you want to go to the streets and demonstrate, or if you want to start several protests, remember one thing: you're burning down with the country. 47 lives, ladies and gentlemen, in this room were lost, and perhaps still counting, in just 3 days. We lost 47 lives in 3 days. And that is bad. Just losing one life is bad enough. Like, now imagine 47. And some of these are, breadwinners. Some of these are fathers. Some of these are children. Some of these are mothers who perhaps don't even want to know anything about politics, right? They're not interested. Perhaps they're just coming from work, going home, or you're caught in the middle of, you went downtown to do shopping, just buy a nice dress, and along the way, bullets. So I thought that we could have some thoughts and reactions from you on the role of the youth in ensuring peace and how critical that is. I don't know if the cameras are going to follow me or I call people here. Okay. All right. Perfect. So let's have your views and comments on this, and I'll start with you, sir.
Thank you very much. Even if it is just a surprise, but peace is everyone's requirement, and without peace, we cannot survive really. So our survival depends on that. Given the fact that I'm from a country where conflict become a norm and we live with it, it is something that happens every day. People losing life in front of you and so on. It's a bad tragedy, but we need to think in a way that we shift that dynamic, particularly as young people. If we decide to revolt, we cannot counter violence with violence. This is a fact. So we need to be a peacemakers in a sense that we need to develop that inner peace. Because if we have peace within ourselves, it will be reflected in our society. It will be reflected into the structure that. So we need to think of what we want, and peace is not an option. It's a part of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, oftentimes the perpetrators of violence use young people. We saw it in South Sudan during the crisis. We saw young men holding guns and going on the front line. We see politicians using young people to start protests. It means there is a common denominator here, young people. But let me just ask, if you have a view and your thoughts and comments on how can we ensure a peaceful process, what is our role as the youth? You could just raise your hand and I can just give you a minute or two for you to make your submission. I don't want to just go random. Okay, there's a hand here. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I think we were clearly following the discussion as it was being upheld by the previous speakers. First of all, I would like to acknowledge what has been presented by the speakers visually there. But my views, I think we should the peacekeeping process, it is a strategical issue. Why am I saying it is a strategical issue? It's not just a thing of saying just merely we need to develop it as a behavior or just injecting it to in our society, or just nurturing the young generation, training them in that manner. But first of all, we need to examine what really is the source of losing peace in our African countries. Yes, well, the main reason is known, which is political aspect. And the violence in Sudan, South Sudan, violences in the Central African Republic there, and of the likes, are mostly based on the political issues. Therefore, I think the cardinal principle here to take on is the youth engagement first in at-stake position, like political positions, taking part in leadership positions so that we can influence. Because otherwise, we'll be influenced by those, as my friend here said from Sudan, that are those big fishes. They will always influence us. So first of all, we need to take part in decision making, in big positions, so that we can influence and train our society really to appreciate and learn the importance of keeping peace. But secondly, another thing we need to understand is the sanctity of the word peace. Peace, or breaching of peace, in my view, I think is really connected with gross violation of human rights. That whenever there is a breach of peace, there is a likelihood of breaching or grossly violating human rights. Therefore, there is a need, and the intensive need, to keep peace and really teach our society and encourage everyone to respect and keep peace and promote it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him some love, good people. So this morning we're going to be discussing peace. It's all about peace and the role of the youth in ensuring peace. The question though is, how did we get here? I thought that I would introduce my panelists this morning. Like I said, we're doing a hybrid conversation. We have a team who will be joining us live from different cities across the East African community, but some of whom are here. So let me invite Petrida Paul from the African Union Youth Advisory Board to come and take the stage so that we can have the conversation. Also joining us online is Emma Nganga, who is also from the Africa Youth Ambassadors for Peace in East Africa. We're also joined by Christine Odera, who is a Commonwealth, she's part of the Commonwealth Youth Program. We have Karine Umuto Niwase, who is the Footprints for Change Ambassador. We'll also be joined by James Bogaya from Geneva, as well as Boy Gola from South Sudan. All right, so we also be joined by the Honorable Dr. Albino Ball, who is the Minister for Youth and Sports later on. But we're trying to fix and ensure that we have everyone online. So in just about 5 minutes, we'll be setting off to have a virtual conversation. But I thought that the youth, again, who are in this place have a responsibility to ensure peace. The question, though, is how did we get where we are? For example, in South Sudan, what causes the youth to be agitated, to start an armed struggle, or to be involved in protests? And are those protests or armed struggle justified? So, like, how did we get here? I think it's the first thing that we always have. So I want to hear more of your views and comments on the role of youth in ensuring peace within the region, and your reactions to the different presentations that have been made. I'll give you 1 minute each if you have a comment.
Good morning. My name is James, and I just want to contribute to the question that you have posed right now. Why did we get here? You know, as my colleagues has explained, they said the main reason is political aspect. But we used to get here simply because there is no equal resources use, especially for the young people. You gave an example of South Sudan. You know, South Sudan, there is violent because people think that the resources which are there in that country are not equally distributed to the beneficiaries. But the main reason is political. You know, when we are speaking about violent, we are referring to an ideology. This is just an ideology of someone, how he or she thinks in terms of resources, people, faith-based. You know, when we are talking about peace, we are referring to a very big context. And this big context is being brought by the number one is resources. The number two is faith-based things. You know, whatever you believe, and you do not watch what you just want to announce or analyze or inform to people that what happens. So generally for me, I would say that we need to refer and go back and think clearly, and these political leaders need to distribute equally the resources in order for the young people to benefit, and the minority who are considered that they do not benefit into this, at least the resources is equally distributed. But also for the young people, we need to preach peace, because peace, this is what now becomes our faith, and this is what becomes now our mission statement. Even now we are seated right here because we just want to embrace peace
and make peace to be sustainable. Therefore, because this is our faith now, this is what we believe generally, the whole continent. We are seated right here, the East African bloc. This is our hope. This is our future. And this is our development. Peace need to be preached. And peace need to be taken action. And the actors unto this are the young people. Because if you go to reasons that why we are here, you find that the young people, they find themselves that they do not have employment. They are undermined. And in these terms, they find like if someone is just over there to offer an offer for an ideology of going to bring conflict, conflict somewhere, they just jump into that. But if someone gives them an opportunity, gives them as my colleague have said, that we need to be into the decision-making platform, that we are given an equally opportunity to give our views. Yes, this is what we are doing, and that's why we are gathered here. But there must be something to be done more. Thanks.
Certainly. Just raise your hand. All right. I'll give you 1 minute because then we're going live in just a couple of...
All right. Thank you. My name is Lucky. I'll just add on a few things from my perspective of what's going on with peace. And so first, most people have already identified some of the internal problems that are happening, you know, political, religious, and everything. I would also like to add that there are also external forces that cause some form of instability that that is then taken advantage of, and people actually end up making the most of that instability that has been caused, and now perpetrating some form of violence. So this is usually that divide and conquer strategy that has been used for quite some time. Now, I would like to add that my recommendation now would be for the youth would be first, we need to be able to learn to identify our differences, and once we know those differences, then the youth, the part where they step in is to realize that just because we're different does not mean we have to be in conflict with each other. You know, we have to be that binding force between the different sections. So if it's religious, you should be the face of. So if you're like a Christian and a Muslim, you should be the face of somebody who is accepting of both religions, understanding of both religions, and therefore you have to, you know, learn the other person, get to know the other person. Get to know the other side of the story, and make sure that you're the binding factor, the glue that sticks it together, in order so that when somebody tries to, from the outside, tries to come and manipulate those cracks, they're unable to, because you have become the protective gear that stops it from happening. And another thing, as we're youth as well, we should also stop spreading misinformation about ourselves in order to not give people the chance to, you know, there's an adage that says you do not hang your dirty laundry in public, right? So sometimes when we are criticizing ourselves in a forum where we are being very negative towards one another, that also creates the space of somebody from the outside to come and take advantage of that. So we also have to be very protective of that particular incident. So those were my recommendations. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you very much. I think you talked about the youth being the binding factor. I also thought that tolerance, you know, I think tolerance, the fact that we are different in different, you know, we're different in our political views, our religious backgrounds. Sometimes because we do not tolerate other people's views, we get into conflict with them. All right, it's time for us to get ready with our panel discussion. And once again, want to welcome our audience watching online for this conversation. This is the YouLead Summit Day 2, and today we're going to be speaking about peace and the role of the youth in ensuring peace. Again, I want to invite panelists, some of whom are coming from different parts of the country, who are joining us online. So we'll be speaking to Petrida Paul, who is from the African Union Youth Advisory Board. Petrida, if you just come and take the seat there, and we'll be seated together up there. We'll also be joined by Emma Nganga, who is from the Africa Youth Ambassadors for Peace, East Africa. We'll also be joined by Christine Odera, who is from the Commonwealth Youth Program. We'll be speaking with Karine Umutoniwase from the Footprints for Change, James Babaya, who is from Geneva, Gola from South Sudan, and later on the Honorable Dr. Albino Boy, who is from South Sudan, Minister of Youth and Sports. Petrida, if you just come and join me on set here, I will be seated right here. Good. All right. All right. All right, let's go live to South Sudan first to join our team there, and then later on when we come back, we're going to be having a very serious conversation from here in Arusha. We'll also be going live from Nairobi and speak to our different panelists. Let's go live to Juba right now for some views and thoughts around the role of the youth in ensuring peace. South Sudan, are you there? All right, we're officially handing over to South Sudan to start the conversation from that side, and then later on we can be able to fall back here and do a panel discussion. Over to the team in South Sudan.
Works with young people, because we know CPOs here are basically young people running all of that. So he builds capacity. He does a lot of facilitations, and he does all of that. And then we have Gola Boyoy. He's the chairperson for South Sudan Youth Union. So they will sit here, and I will hand over to the other moderator. I think that way it will be easier he moderates the session as I say, and I come in when required.
All right, thank you very much. Let's take it up from Arusha, Tanzania. We'll be also going live from different locations across the region. Let me introduce again, I introduced my panelists, but let me bring them in officially. Let me perhaps start with Petrida, who is with us here. Certainly peace is very core. And I thought that we could start, first of all, with you on the issue of, you come from, you work with the African Union Youth Advisory Board, you sit on that board, but I thought that we could a little bit make it rather relaxed than talking about the policies and all that to the core issues. Why do you think that, the youth, the young people within the region, why do we always fall prey to the lies of politicians to get so much engraved into the violence and the extremism in our different communities? I'm trying to get to how did we get here? Yeah, I'll start with you. Can we also have a second mic, please?
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. So ideally, just to dive into your question, it's a pretty tricky one, but for many young people across Africa, and especially within the East African region per se, they actually do engage and are victims of being recruited, especially recruited into different extremism acts and illegal acts, I could put it in that manner, because there's a lot of wave of young people who are still unemployed. We have a lot of young people who are still finding their day-to-day means and how to best try to be in that living standard where they can fit in the crowd and try to actually balance between the struggles of being a youth and getting into the job market. However, I'll put a disclaimer to the fact that majority of the young people also themselves are putting themselves at risk. So early in 2018, our first mission for peace and security from the Office of the African Union Youth Envoy was to the Republic of South Sudan. So we did a solidarity mission to the Republic of South Sudan and gathered a lot of inputs on how best to be able to maintain peace and security within the East African region, looking at the fact that by then there were a lot of tension and issues within the Republic of South Sudan, but majority of the young people, the voices from themselves that we received is the fact that the government was not giving them enough support to actually enable them to drop, we keep it in a manner that we say they should drop the guns. So we also launched a campaign that was Books for Bullets. So we replaced bullets for books, whereby if we advocate a lot of young people to be engaged in education and in gender-based violence, but also be engaged in different economic activities, we are going to have a diverse number of young people who are actually engaged in more activities that are income generating but are more proactive, and rather than being subject to violent extremism and the likes, most especially when you look at the fact that majority of the young people in South Sudan, being the newest country in Africa, are still in that stage of life where they're trying to connect the dots between government leadership and also having the youth leadership and the voices of youth at the center of attention. But I will not only concentrate my point within the Republic of South Sudan per se, so I'll just put it up with it in a bubble. We also have situations where young people from Tanzania have been recruited to be engaged in violent extremism, and this is because majority of the young people also in Tanzania, similar kind of situation where we have a lot of young people who are jobless. The job market is quite difficult for young people, but also the crowd itself that the young people engage in is quite intimidating, I should say. The pressure that young people are getting, majority of young people are frustrated with the current trends of our governments, the politics situation that's happening, because the young people need to take office and actually be the change themselves. They're already tired and bored with the same kind of old system that's happening. And just to kind of sum it up a bit, I'm really proud the fact that even within our government in Tanzania this year, we have a lot of young members of parliament, especially one who's already with us in audience, seated from my far left. She's quite an amiable leader in real sense, and a good example of how best we can use the young parliamentarians themselves to actually advocate for the youth agenda within parliament. We should not be the ones to hold themselves accountable, but be the ones to actually give them the tools so as they can use them to air out our voices in parliament.
Wow, lovely. You just allow me to you stand up and we see you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a member of parliament in the Tanzanian parliament. We congratulate you and we celebrate you, and we sure that the youth agenda is going to be on the forefront in most of your engagements in the August Assembly. So it's good to have you and we celebrate you. Let's now join Karine, who joins us live from Nairobi. It's good to have you this morning, Karine. If you just come in, the question is, how did we get to where we are? I mean, the region as a whole has been experiencing violence, extreme violence within the region. I mean, when we remember the post-election violence in Kenya that left hundreds of people dead, we know what happened in South Sudan. I covered the South Sudan crisis, and it would really be heartbreaking to walk or drive by the streets and dead bodies are all over. Uganda in itself is not new to violence. Just I told you, just a couple of weeks, 2 weeks back or a week back, we saw about 47 people dead. In Rwanda, we all know the 1994 genocide. The youth were at the core of it. Burundi, we recently saw the violence that happened in Burundi that left hundreds of people dead. Again, the region is so, we have a history of violence. But Karine, let me bring you in. How did we get here? And perhaps later on we'll discuss how are we going away from here. Karine, come in.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. My name is Karine Mutaniwase, coming in from Kenya. And for me, I think it's really simple. We are talking about silencing the guns in 2020, the key mandate being not, failing to quit the burden of conflict to the next generation. Now, is this something that has been happening consistently throughout the history of Africa? You've mentioned 1994. We can mention 1992 in Kenya. We can mention so many different conflicts that have ailed our continent. And for me, the key question is, have the young people who we are now saying have been used to perpetrate violence, have they also been given agency to speak against the same violence, to act in a non-violent manner? I'll give you a simple example. We did a survey, a small survey earlier this year, before the pandemic hit. We engaged about 100 young people, and we were asking 4 key questions. One of them was, are young people used mostly for chaos or for peace? Now, majority of those young people, over 70%, noted that young people are mostly engaged to cause chaos. Now, are our governments and other civil societies saying that the only capacity and the only agency that young people have is that to cause violence? What we are saying is that no. We are saying that there's been limited documentation and limited investment into the agency of young people to be peace agents. Reality is that majority of us young people are not violent. We're not tribal, but we do not speak that out, we do not act that out, and there's been no investment towards that being made a reality in our societies. Hence, the consistent recurrent notion of wanting to address our grievances as young people through violence. You know, Martin Luther King, we're celebrating Non-Violence Month, and Martin Luther King is a very, I admire him. He used non-violence to bring or to free his people. Are we saying that we cannot invest in young people whose capacity to bring about peace in our communities? Can we not invest in non-violent mindsets? So I guess this is a question for all of us, and it starts with me and it starts with you. There's a lot of potential and a lot of capacity. Over to you, and I hope I've answered your question.
Thanks. You certainly hit it where we wanted it. But let's also bring in Christine, who is also live for us from Nairobi. Christine, again, we're first of all trying to understand the problem and perhaps try to look for a way forward. How did we get here in the first place? And how have the young people been persuaded into violent extremism? Christine, come in.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow young leaders, my name is Christine Odera, and just to answer the question, that's the narrative that we've been sold in. I mean, look at what COVID-19 has shown to the world. A lot of young people have been the first people to respond during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we have seen a lot of young people volunteer in homes, volunteer to spread food around their neighborhoods. Young people have been seen making homemade sanitizers to make sure that all the vulnerable populations are actually taken care of. And so in that sense of urgency, we as young people have stood up regardless of all the exclusion that we have been experiencing. That is to say that as young people, we are not necessarily the agents or perpetrators of some of these atrocities. We are actually wanting to change the narrative, to paint a different picture, because over and over and over we have been used for violence. But now we are saying, you know what, we are better than that. And so much as we have experienced exclusion, COVID-19 has come out to show that young people are actually agents of peace. And you look Light Reference Center, you have seen young people, I don't need to give you the numbers, young people have actually stood up to the task and they have safeguarded all these issues. Young people within the East African, especially those from Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya, the border towns, because of our past experiences with pandemics, we were able to make sure that we have safeguarded all these loopholes and gaps that existed. And in that was a sense of resilience, was a sense of ownership, and was a sense of being better public servants. And so we need to start changing the narrative of young people only being used for violence and for all these extremists. Because not all young people are radicalized. And those who are radicalized are now coming out to say, I have been there, and it is not a good thing. So within that is changing the narrative, and this is a narrative that a lot of us young people need to own up to. We are joining all these political seats. We are privileged to have a young member of parliament in the room. That is also to say that we are actually owning up to some of these spaces. So let us change this narrative of young people always being used as perpetrators, but agents of peace, because that's then how we start changing the mindset. I'll tell you this, in Kenya alone, 70% of the prisoners were actually imprisoned because of petty crimes. Crimes like not carrying a driving license, crimes like being found out late or being found drunk. And so what this does, it is not only a psychological jail, it is also a physical jail. And when they're coming out of this, you have already tormented these young people's mind. And if we are saying that 70% of our population is of young people, then what does that say about the future of where we are going? If we continue saying that young people are always the worst in our communities, what are we trying to also paint for the coming generation? And so looking at all this violence of exclusion, looking at the high numbers of pregnancies because young girls are not in schools, looking at the high rates of violence, gender-based violence that we have been experiencing at homes where we're supposed to be feeling safe as young people. So it's also not a question of where we have been, it's also a question of what is happening now and how do we take care of these situations to make sure that tomorrow all the loopholes are actually safeguarded and we are not leaving anyone behind, be it in South Sudan and the history of violence, be it in Kenya, with the history of post-election violence, within Burundi, even with the recent elections and what was happening. What is happening in Uganda today is a shame. And this just speaks to how the leadership does not even take care of us as young people. And we stand in solidarity with all the young people in Uganda. Much as sometimes peace is costly, we are standing up to the gaps and addressing all these gaps that are in leadership in our communities and in our country. I thank you.
Christine, thank you very much for that submission. But if you could just stay with us. Let's bring in Emma here. Emma, if you can just join us this morning. Emma Nganga from the African Youth Ambassadors for Peace in East Africa. Emma, if you could just hear us. Petrida here mentioned something that, and I love it, that we are going to be shifting the gears on how we're going to promote peace in the region, just like Christine was trying to articulate. But I thought that we could talk about something that Petrida mentioned, that most of the reasons why the youth are easily lured into protests and into extreme violence is an issue of employment, is an issue of their welfare or well-being. Most of the youth don't think that they are not, they are not considered. But we've just been informed that Emma has dropped off, so we will perhaps get to Gola. Do we have Gola? Gola from South Sudan, from the Youth National Union. All right, Zaida, let me hand over to you because I know that Gola is with you. Perhaps you can have more, face-to-face interactions with other youth in South Sudan. Have they been empowered? Because I know that at the core of the crisis in South Sudan and how the young people were involved was the political issues that emerged between Salva Kiir Mayardit, who is the president of South Sudan, and the vice president, that is Riek Machar. Have the young people, first of all, moved on? And two, have they been empowered to say no to violence in South Sudan? Let me hand over to you.
You were breaking. We didn't get what your question was. From the beginning, it was clear. Okay.
Right, I was just asking, are the young people in South Sudan ready to move on as peace ambassadors, especially after the whole violence that broke off because of political misunderstandings?
Okay. You can come here.
Yeah, I think, thank you very much. I think the context of South Sudan, when the war broke out between the rivals or between the forces of Riek Machar and the government forces, we found out that the young people are the one involved in that conflict. And that's because most of them are vulnerable. And the issue of unemployment is one of the issues that actually encourage young people into the rebel recruitment. And for us as the National Youth Union, we are trying our level best to make sure that the young people are engaged in terms of providing them with the skills so that they'll become self-reliant. Because if the young people, whereby they are 70% or more than 70% of the entire population, if they are not empowered, if they are not self-reliant, they will be subject for political recruitment from different parties. And as a young nation, we are facing a lot of challenges in terms of the skills, in terms of capacity buildings. And that is something that we are lacking the support in terms of providing the skills that needed so that we make young people depend on themselves. So the main challenge remains the issue of building the capacity and provide the young people with the skills, and also support the entrepreneurship and small businesses so that they will not be subjected to any recruitment by the political rivals. And most of our young people in South Sudan are vulnerable. And that's why the politicians were able to use them during the war, and they were actually being used as a fuel of the war. But we are asking the leaders, the way they're engaging young people in the war, we also ask them to engage them in peace building, because the issue of the nation building should entirely be rely on the young people of South Sudan. But the war has affected us, and we have actually been divided along our tribal lines. Although the majority of the educated people in the country are young people, but they were being divided to the ethnics, ethnic communities, and they become are not united toward national agenda. And that is one of the challenges that we are also facing, and we want to make sure that the youth of South Sudan actually working toward the national agenda instead of tribal alliances. So the issue of also issue of education. Most of our young people are living in rural areas, and most of them are cattle keepers. This is also one of the challenges which make politicians easily get used to recruit in conflict or any civil war. So we also need to add the number of, or come up with a plan, a long-term plan on how to transform these young people to become intellectual so that they contribute positively in nation building.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So again, the conversation around, I saw a second, I think there's a government official there who perhaps also need to tell us how is South Sudan choosing to move on, and the role of the youth in ensuring that they say no or silencing the guns in South Sudan, and what that will take. We know, for example, in the equatorial region, we still have pockets of, you know, we have pockets of violence. I mean, Uganda has been complaining that you know, traders have been killed in the equatorial region, and of course young people are still being recruited. How, for example, is South Sudan moving on? I mean, yes, we've heard from the first official, but I saw there's another government official. Sorry, I didn't get your name, but we thought that we would also bring you in. Zelda, if you could just pass over the microphone to I think there's a person, there's another government official there, so that we can hear from him. Zaida, if you can come in.
Can be able to take on board to be able to promote the objectives of silencing the guns in local context in South Sudan, and how that actually adds into the African Union level. So very briefly, I just want to say that in South Sudan there's been a lot of challenges. One of the challenges is relating to the capacity of youths in preventing conflicts and how they engage in that process. Number two is how are the youths engaged in managing conflicts in South Sudan since the inception of this country. Number three is the role of the youth in terms of resolving local conflicts, as has been talked about. And there are a lot of also issues to do with currently there's issues to do with the ongoing conflict, we call it subnational conflict, in various parts of South Sudan. Some of these have been promoted by youths themselves, and they are heavily armed. The capacity of actual fighting is more greater than the army in South Sudan. The youth in South Sudan also is heavily impacted in terms of the ability to respond to humanitarian crisis. We have the desert locusts that came in South Sudan, we have the flooding going on right now, we have a lot of droughts going on in many parts of South Sudan. Nobody knows the ability of the youth to be able to contribute in addressing some of those challenges. The other challenges relating to the implementation of the peace agreement. We thank to God that at least the government of South Sudan has signed a comprehensive peace agreement in 2018, and the government has been formed in 2009. But there are lots of reform issues that are supposed to be done in the peace agreement. and nobody knows until today what is going to be the role of the youth in the reform processes. We have a lot of issues in the peace agreement. Some of them are related to economic empowerment of youth, political empowerment of youth, social empowerment of youth, youth in the education sector, youth in environment, and all those issues. The government is not willing to allow the youth to take their responsibility and their capacity to begin engaging on those issues. We have in South Sudan the unions, the political parties with the SPLM structures, or the other political parties, but the youths that are only engaged in those structures are the youths in the political parties. The bulk of the youths do not belong to any of the political parties. So how are the youths going to be engaged in those issues so that they begin talking about silencing the guns and even building peace in South Sudan? The other challenge that we also experience in South Sudan is the issue that there's a constant flow of guns to South Sudan, and those guns have ended up in the hands of the youth. There's issues to do with the foreign involvements in the South Sudan politics through the different political parties, and this foreign involvement is now using the youth to be able to engage in some of those processes and actually impacting the country negatively. The other issue is to do with the youth have been impacted to support because of the rampant corruption happening in South Sudan, that the resources that would have been redirected to youth programs are not there anymore because the money has been eaten up by the old people who do not care about silencing the guns, and that has actually crippled the ability of the youths to be able to advance their participation in silencing the guns and peace-building process in South Sudan. So those are real issues that are impacting South Sudan that will make the conversation to see that guns are silenced in South Sudan, therefore it contributes positively to the African Union issues. So how do you address this issue? I would say very quickly that it's important for youths to continue identifying what identity they want to promote, because one of the issues, as one of my colleagues talked about here, is youths have been divided along tribal lines. So defining a common identity for youth is most important in South Sudan so that youth can be able to work across board. Number two is that when that happens, the youth can be able to define their common vision as national youths and contributing to African Union and the processes therein. The other thing is to do with creating a space for youths to engage in political processes. One of the political processes happening in South Sudan is the constitution-making processes. It's only a few youths that makes a lot of noise in terms of integrating their voices into the constitution-making processes. We wanted to make sure that all the youths in South Sudan becomes participants in participating, reflecting their voices in that process, because it's only within the rule of law that is where we will see youths be able to take some of the major decision-making processes that brings about the future of South Sudan and therefore also the future of African Union. Almost to conclude, I would also want to say that it's important for youths to be able to engage and be facilitated to support issues of dignified livelihood, because one of my friends was talking about the youths have a lot of kettles, but they don't know how to even turn these kettles and other livelihoods into future economic development of South Sudan. Given the fact that the economy of South Sudan has collapsed, there's a lot of conversation happening about change of currency. People cannot even understand how can they survive the following day. And the youth are actually the future of this country. We talk about it, 72% in terms of population. So those are real issues that needs to be tackled in order to allow the youth to become united in addressing some of those issues. Finally, I would want to say that it's important for processes related to facilitation of intercommunal dialogue and exchange. It's important. Of course, this YouLead Summit is one of the fundamental platforms to begin discussing ideas of uniting youths from different sections to be able to understand what can they do in order to move forward. I think let me end here.
Thanks, James, for that submission. Quite interesting views that you brought in. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Petrida, who is also live for us from Arusha. Where do we go from here? What should we do? He talked about that some of the youth are not fully engaged. James talked about that some of the youth are not fully engaged. And yet the mission is to silence the guns and amplify voices. He talked about that the youth have not been actively involved in the political processes of the country. But I just wanted to get to you. how do we move on from here?
Well, thank you so much for that question. Ideally, I'll just keep it up again in a bubble, in a regional representation way. How do we move from here? We already have young people who are working on counter trafficking and illegal migration, including smuggling. So a good example is from the East African Community Youth Ambassadors platform, whereby there's a really good model which is towards maintaining peace and security in border communities, whereas a fellow speaker of mine, Christine, had mentioned the need to oversee to peace and security in border communities. So these are communities that are mostly left behind and not prioritized. So what the young people per se are doing within these regions is working together. So young people are paired up themselves. Young people from connecting borders of Burundi to Tanzania, Tanzania to Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, and Uganda and South Sudan. So all the connecting one-stop border posts, and they actually work with the Ministry of Home Affairs and Immigration to actually implement sensitization and outreach activities within the border communities on the ground. So a really good model of this, and the fun part of it, is the fact that young people get the real life experience of how the life situation and insights from the communities themselves on what are the challenges and things that perpetuate lack of peace and instability within the region. For instance, I was actually fortunate to partake in one of the activities in the end of 2019, whereby I joined the mission trip of Burundi to Tanzania at Kobero-Kabanga border. The interesting part is the Burundi government kept a disclaimer for us to not implement an activity within the Burundi soil. So what we did actually implement the sensitization of activity to counter trafficking and illegal migration within the border soil of Tanzania. And another fun part of it, where I mentioned that young people are actually disruptors and can bring about change. After the completion of the activity, the Burundi government themselves wrote to the EAC Secretary General and asked us to come back to their government and actually implement the same particular activity. So these are real-time examples that young people, even if governments, there are a lot of obstacles and hurdles, you can still proceed to maintain peace and security, curb illegal migration and trafficking, while working within different communities and in different countries within the border posts themselves, and looking at the challenges and situations that are happening, even if you have a retaliation from the government, but still some governments need to see the actual things that are workable to actually bring in more young people to implement that particular agenda. So it's something that young people should prioritize themselves, but doing something that they can take from the grassroots level and deliver it by youth for youth.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll open up the questions in just a second, but let's go and listening from Christine. Christine, how do we move on from here? How do we silence the guns and amplify the voices of the young people towards peace? Christine, come in.
Also, just to echo what Petrada has said, we young people need to start mobilizing ourselves better and understanding the processes of how some of these issues are actually taken care of within our government, within the regional societies, the East African community, even at the African Union platform. So let us young people understand some of these processes are made, and also just come together to support each other. Because one thing we also experience within the region is a lot of duplication of some of these projects. If I say Petrida is doing something in Tanzania, I also want to do the same thing in Kenya. So how do we come together to combine our efforts so that what works in Tanzania, I can borrow a leaf and see how best to make it work in Burundi, in South Sudan, and some of these best practices will actually help us. A lot of us have a lot of young peace organizations that are coming in. We have a lot of other younger people who have read the space and understand and know how to knock some of these doors. So you have the support. At the Commonwealth, we have been championing a lot of networks And so we started the East African Youth Empowerment Forum, where a lot of young peace builders within East Africa can come together and share best practices and see how best we can form national and transnational peaceful agendas. The other thing would be to co-create, co-design, and look at how to transgenerationally implement projects. What we have been experiencing is a lot of government designing projects that benefit the young people, but I think we are at a point where we need young people to also design these projects so that they can own these projects and in essence implement them, and for sustainability of some of these really nice initiatives that are starting. I remember the Faith in the Commonwealth in Uganda and here in Kenya, and one of the key results that came out is young people, we don't want to fight within tribal lanes and tribal and religious lanes. We know Al-Shabaab, for instance, has been radicalized to be a lot of Muslims, but we're experiencing a lot of Christians also joining some of these radicalist groups. So we need to start coming together and speaking together, because some of these issues, they cut across. They cut across Uganda, they cut across South Sudan, and because we are neighbors, we cannot afford not to work together, because if there's an issue happening in South Sudan, how do we make sure that the South Sudanese youth help the Kenyan youth and all the bordering neighborhoods not experience the same issue? How do we learn from each other and make sure that we do not replicate the same issues? If it's the clanism in Somalia, how do we make sure that in Kenya, we also do not start forming those issues? And so learning from each other as young people and understanding the peace processes will also help us. The other thing is for the East African community and the member states to make sure that we have grievances management and learning opportunities within our education system. Because you realize we are coming out with brilliant young people who are graduating with a lot of good degrees and enough skills, but we do not know how to handle and manage our grievances internally and externally. So if we have I know some countries are actually implementing some of this, but we need the whole region to make sure that we have it embedded in our education system so that we produce all-rounded pupils. We also know and cognizant to the fact that there are also a lot of young people who are not in schools. And how then do we see in our civil society organizations to form projects that will include all these young people's voices, and to also look transgenerationally of how to implement some of these key issues that we consistently continue to face within our government, our member states.
Well, interesting thoughts there from Christine. I'll bring Karen here. Karen, you work with Footprints for Change. What do we do to change the narrative and silencing the guns and amplifying young people's voices for peace? Karen.
Thank you so much, Solomon. And I think one of the unique things that I can bring to the forum is the generational aspect of our calling as young peace builders in today's nation. I love that we have Petriders of our generation. We have Emmanuels. We have Christians of our generation. But what about the next generation? What about them? How can we already speak into their ability to be able to silence the guns now and not wait for 2030 for another mandate or another roadmap to be developed for them? So I think one of the key things in changing the narratives also means that we need to also then mentor the younger generation at a community level. We need to pass on this knowledge of peace building and skills that we already have, so that the younger kids at 10, at 14 years old, they can start conceptualizing worlds of peace, worlds of justice, worlds of equality, and actively work towards that, because then we are mentoring them and holding hands and holding their hands towards a peaceful continent. And I'll give a very specific example. We are doing this in Madare, where we are seeing children as young as 11 years old. They are able to say, peace is this for me. We understand that this limits peace in my community. So how can I, already at the age of 12, start speaking into the peace that my nation requires? Now, when I was young, I did not get that opportunity. Nobody took the time to invest in my voice. or my agency. If somebody had done that, even thinking back, if somebody had done that in Rwanda, then maybe we would have tried to avert 1994. And that's a big maybe, but I'm saying that we have a role to play in ensuring that, silencing the guns is a generational calling. So even in South Sudan, let us already start engaging the kids in school. We're growing up in very violent societies, very divided and polarized societies. We just saw what is happening in the US right now. And that's a superpower, just to give an example. So what does that mean for the younger generation? That's one. And I think secondly, we also need to be able to, as we address these changing narratives, you cannot deny that there's already a demerit of a young person existing in today's generation. You're either seen as a potential recruit for Al-Shabaab, you're either seen as illiterate, unemployed, or idle, which means that people will not come to invest in you. And my problem, and the missing piece literature covered this, is that we have a society that has stereotyped young people to the point of silencing their voice. We live in societies that have stereotyped young people to the point of silencing their voices. So we need to also ask our governments and civil societies to start addressing these exclusive systems that keep locking people from spaces of power. Yesterday I was on a call with the EU ambassador to Kenya, and we were talking about how young people are not able to vie for political office because of the size of their pocket. That is absurd for me, because we need a continent that does not respect the size of the pocket, but the passion that is in the heart and the vision that one holds for their community. So we need to start addressing such exclusive systems that lock out young people that are passionate. We need to get more pledge riders in there. And allow me to finish strongly, but I think the main point, what I'm trying to say is that we have agency. We have agency that is untapped. We have a potential to change the demographic dividend that is in Africa to a peace dividend. But that will only come if we intentionally invest in the leadership capacity of young people to lead for peace and change in their own communities. As we speak right now, there's a forum happening in Mathare about youth, peace, and security. We're trying to understand what does all these pillars of participation, prevention, protection mean for a young person in Mathare? And how can we then start to address issues of extrajudicial killing? How can we start to address issues of, Christine talked about young people being arrested arbitrarily. How can we start addressing those issues by building our own capacity to understand and act as young people? Africa is our continent, guys, and it will only take you and I to create a narrative, to create a dream, to dream enough for a better and a stable continent for us to work towards it together. Thank you so much.
Great submission. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's get just your views and comments on the panel. So I'm just going to be involving both the young people who are in the audience in Juba as well as in Arusha to have feedback and to get your views and thoughts. Andrew, you want to go first? You want to come here so that the cameras can get you and we can be able to get you up. Cameras, please make sure that you find Andrew to give his views.
Thank you. I hope I am mistaken because I do not understand what is happening here. I have a dissenting view and would like to respectfully submit it. That's why I have written it, so that I'm not overtaken by emotions. Because I'm a human rights lawyer and I have seen what happens to people who have been shot, defenseless and unarmed citizens protesting peacefully. Young people do not cause violence. Young people are products of violence. And in this respect, I'm talking about structural violence of poverty, economic exclusion, and deprivation of opportunities. Law is a reflection of class relations. Law is not neutral. It is often a tool in the hands of the holders of the means of violence. In this case, the ruling political class. Therefore, I invite you, colleagues, to find our respective dictators guilty of creating the conditions that have made violence inevitable. We cannot ask young people to build peace, yet we are products of structural and physical violence. We young people do not manufacture guns. We don't command soldiers to shoot at peaceful protesters. We are not the ones who steal billions of dollars of public funds each year, all of which make life impossible to live. I am a Munyankore, a tribe in Uganda, but I am a supporter of Bobi Wine, who is a who is a Muganda. We are not ethnic in the way we view each other. It is our respective dictators who weaponize our ethnicity and divide us. As I conclude, it is those who make peaceful change impossible that make violent revolution inevitable. My president, Yoweri Museveni, took power before I was born. I am an old man with beards now, and he's still running for a 7th term in office. What do you expect us to do? If you block the pressure valve on a pressure cooker, if you block the pressure valve on a pressure cooker, how can you blame the pressure cooker for exploding? The violence that young people engage in is a consequence. It is an effect. It is not a cause. Let us dismantle the oppressive economic models that reward corruption, a legal system that protects the corrupt and punishes chicken thieves, and do away with the jokes that we call elections. For heaven's sake, the two gentlemen who are at the center of the fight in South Sudan, Dr. Riek Machar and Salva Kiir, are not young people. These are old men. Why are we asking young people to silence the guns, yet we have none? Why does the AU, our ambassador is here, why does the African Union, please ask the gentlemen at the top and the ladies at the top of the African Union, why do we allow guns to get into South Sudan when they are killing citizens? How do those guns get into those countries? Is there a factory that makes weapons in South Sudan? In conclusion, I fear that we are asking a rape victim to go to church and pray for the rapist to change their ways instead of taking the rapist to court to answer for his crimes. We young people are not violent.
Wow. Andrew, thank you. Andrew Karamaji is a human rights lawyer pouring his heart out on the key issues that are hurting young people. And he speaks as a young person. Let's get some of your more views and comments. And we have the member of parliament here in the Tanzanian parliament. Sorry, I didn't get your name, but if you can just come here so that we have the cameras follow you on this issue. Honorable Gwakisa, please, let's give her some love as she comes in. Today we discuss key issues that affect us as a people and young people within the region. And our voices have to be heard and will be heard. Honorable, you're welcome.
Thank you. My name's Ngwasi Damas Kamani, as you introduced me before. A member of parliament, youth representative in the Tanzanian parliament. I had some views to say, but I believe I cannot say it better than the previous speaker. What I think is, what we need to discuss this issue by first identifying what peace is. We need to understand what peace is before we discuss as to how we as the youth engage in peacekeeping or peace breaking. Peace is a state of tranquility. You know, I'm not in war. But are we really in peace, the youth? How can we keep the peace if we are not in peace ourselves? We need to ask ourselves that. When we discuss about South Sudan, because it's the lead area for discussion today, the youth there are not in peace as it is. They are not in peace because there is a lot of unemployment, a lot of political unsatisfactionness, which makes them think that they can take action, and they do not think of any other way to take action, or they cannot think of any other way they can warrant the government's ear, and if it's not through guns. How are we silencing the guns if we do not take care of the problems that made them take the guns beforehand? So for me, I think the issue of youth contribution in peacekeeping cannot be discussed independently. We shall only be dealing with the leaves of the tree, whereas the tree still stands. We need to look at the roots before we uproot the leaves. If you uproot the leaves, the roots, then the leaves shall automatically perish. So here, just like the previous speaker submitted, I think it's time for us to look at the roots. But then all the speakers from all over have spoken that we at the youth are victims of, we are being rallied. But before we are victims of being rallied, we are victims of bigger political, social, economic, and moral issues. So we have to take care of the primary causes before looking at the secondary causes. And for that, I think I can relate this to a child. There is an insect biting the kid, and the kid is crying. You silence the kid whereas the insect is still biting. You may not like the sound of the cry, the noise of the kid, but you have to submit to it. You have to listen as long as the insect is still biting. Take care of the insect, then the kid will just keep quiet. So I think it's about time for us to look at the root cause. We, the youth, are victims. You cannot speak to a victim that you should keep peace, whereas they are the bigger fish. You're supposed to talk to the system, talk to the bigger fish. And here I'm speaking to all the NGOs, international organizations, multinational organizations, all peacekeeping entities, to start looking at the root cause. We need to start talking to the system. We need to start looking at the problems that make the youth feel like it's the guns that can be the only solution. In short, we are just warranting for attention for the problems that we have. And I also submit to what the contributor from Kenya said. It's about time we also start educating the youth of tomorrow, who are the children of today. If we start talking to them about the alternatives and the hope for a better tomorrow, then they will look for a better solution than taking up guns. But before we do that, we need to look for the bigger fish. We need to look at the root cause and not the leaves. Thank you.
Round of applause to the Honorable Member of Parliament. I think she gave quite an interesting analogy of the insect. So we need to deal with the insect, right? We need to deal with the insect for the children, for the child to stop crying. I love the reality that the conversations that we're having, these are real conversations. These are not, reports or what. These are core to our existence as young people. Let's cross over to Zaida, who is live for us from Juba. Zaida, a couple of questions coming through from that audience that we need to listen to, and perhaps reactions from Juba on these key issues that have been raised. Zaida, over to you.
And then I will take and come forward. Come forward. Give your reaction. Be fast.
Thank you so much. I will start with peace and security keeping African Union. The values, the philosophy of African Union need to be redressed in terms of security architecture and peace in the region. Without it, it's not possible for us to silence the gun. Once, if we cannot address the hardware and the software part of peace and security, we cannot achieve the objectives that we need as a continent. Two, we look at the region. We need to borrow which model best works for, because a lot of research needs to be done. If we say the issue is unemployment, how can African Union address unemployment such that the youth put the guns down? Two, if the issue is education, because the poverty of the mind is a sickness to humanity. So when you change the mindset, you change the humanity as one of the principles of Nelson Mandela, that education changes humanity. That brings in the aspect of education. Two, three, the insight of governance is very critical in addressing the issue of peace. We look at Uganda currently. It's a very good, it's on a test. the test of the institutions in regards to peaceful and respect to oppositions, in regards to working for their interests for the society. Lastly, as African Union, we need not to work on isolation as a continent to readdress some of these challenges. What are the entry points of guns in Africa? Whether it's through entry and transportation or exportation of guns into these countries. But once if you cannot address this bilaterally, it becomes difficult. What comes in is a multi-modal approach need to be put in place. One issue of governance, issue of constitutionalism, issue of human rights, issue of agricultural production, issue of employment. All these, if are not consolidated in the mechanism of silencing the gun, it's very difficult for African continent to achieve the mandate or the doctrine of the 2063. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I go to the next person, I wanted to know from the Chairperson Youth Union, you know, in our context, when we talk about youth, or every activity that happens in South Sudan, we are centered in Juba most times, and CSOs have been accused of just centralizing all activities. So I wanted to know, when we talk about youth, there's the rural youth, the youth who are in the camps. And no matter what we do in Juba or whatever thing we want to do, you realize that those people, they are just neglected or cut off. So as the youth union, what are you doing to make sure that we are inclusive? And so that, because if today to silence the gun there is like a source of income. They use the gun to get food. They do not have alternatives to get food on their table. So what are you doing?
Yeah, thank you. I think we are on process of reaching out to the youth across the country. We are now develop a concept on how we are going to reorganize and form the unions at the state level and county, Buma, up to Payam. Because we believe the majority of young people in South Sudan are living in rural areas. Most of them are cattle keepers, as I mentioned earlier. So the union have a plan of organizing the youth across the country, and we will reach up to the grassroots in order to bring them on board, because they are so far from us, they are not always listening. And we are going actually to engage them. I just wanted to also comment on the issue of the guns. To me, I don't think the guns are the problems. The problem is our mindset. I think most of us are following United States elections, and we have seen Trump supporters plus Biden supporters. All of them are arms like their special forces, but there was no single bullet. That is mean it's the mindset. So if we want to silence the guns, it's not the absence of guns is meaning of the silencing of the gun. It's the mindset of people. We need to change the narrative. We need to talk to our people on how to end the guns. And I think these are our collective responsibilities. If the people of the United States have their own sort of guns, and there was not single bullet, and there were fightings, and there were accusations of rigging the election. I believe if it was in South Sudan or in Africa, it was become like there is a civil war already. But because of the understanding of the people and the matureness of the politicians in the United States, that's why there was no single bullet as fired. So we need to work on how to change the mindset of our people, on how to always depend on peaceful settlement of our issues. And I believe the national dialogue was a prime example on how best we can discuss our issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To you, James, what can CSOs do differently so that those youth in the camp benefit? Because like I was saying, there's no way the gun will be silent, and he even said if they have the guns, their mindset is not changed. What can be done differently, or what can the young people do?
In South Sudan, there is bad governance, and this bad governance has produced bad system. We have to agree. In South Sudan, there is a huge level of ignorance. And in Juba, most youths thought they are clever, but they are more ignorant. They follow things that do not benefit them. And this has actually impacted the youths in the rural areas. Because in South Sudan, the youths are the perpetrators and the victim. I'm very sure when the guy in Tanzania was talking about youths are victim, in South Sudan the youths are victim and the perpetrator, because the youths are the one carrying the guns. The youths are the one fighting on behalf of Salva Kiir Mayardit, and they're the one fighting on behalf of Riek Machar. So it's not a fighting between the two forces. So what do we do as youths in South Sudan to fight some of these content issues? One, apart from going through the political structures and the union, I would advise the youth in South Sudan to continue building strong youth organizations, both in Juba and in the rural areas. They have to invest in networking and coalition buildings. We want to hear rural youth networks, urban youth networks, village youth networks. This needs to happen. This is important because it will help us to organize activities like sports that can unify us, can also help us to organize cultural activities, can involve women and youth in those arrangements. This is important. Number two, it's important for us in South Sudan to begin thinking about training youths on conflict and peace building. That's important because the capacity we have right now is very small. Sometimes our own youth, even when ask them, what is peace building, they cannot define. So how can you work in a peace building organization, yet you have no understanding what is required to even build peace? Number two, it's important for us to begin to talk about reducing conflict among rural youths, because we need to begin supporting youths on making dialogues. We cannot address tribalism, the Dinkas, the Nuers, the Kakwas, whatever. They hate each other. We have a rank, people fighting the youths to leave rank, and we're talking about building peace, silencing the guns, yet the guns are used for killing our own selves. So we need to dialogue among ourselves, because it's through the dialogue that's where we'll define what are the key priorities that we need to address as youths, and what are the key priorities the government of South Sudan needs to support us in order for us to engage on some of those issues to contribute to silencing the guns in South Sudan and therefore the African Union. The last point is the issue to do with training youths on other alternative livelihoods such as agriculture, so that we don't talk about oil. We should begin fighting. We use the gun, which is the hoe, to till the ground, produce food, so that we have food in our stomach. Because one of the biggest issues is the danger of hunger. Our people are hungry. When they are hungry, then their sense of reasoning disappears, and they use the guns to begin looking for the solution.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Reaction, please come.
Thank you. I'm called Anna Manana. I read Anna Manana. Okay, like one, I think first when they talk about youth, some of the soldiers are youth and some of the soldiers are children. And when they address the youth, look at us. At least I know that gun is dangerous. He knows that gun is dangerous, and she knows that it's not right to carry guns. But the ones who carry guns are the soldiers. And these soldiers, some of them are adopted in the areas. Some of them hardly see, they don't know how to write the names, neither do they know how to speak anything. They are never educated. And the only thing they have in their minds is the command they get from the commanders. That's one thing. We shall continue with that fighting because the right people who are carrying the guns do not know the disadvantage of carrying guns.
You need to wrap up.
Then another one is, I love what Christine said, that mobilizing ourselves is indeed the best. But the youth that we have now are never united. Even us now in the hall, we are never united. I love what Boboya said, that all the other youths in the villages, but right now when we talk about the YouLead Summit, there are other youths in the villages who are accepted, but they could not come here. They are being removed out. And even in the internet is so poor that they can never connect to here.
Thank you. Sorry, we don't have much time. Please come, the lady at the back, and then I'll take a question from you. Please, okay, speak.
Zaida, we have 2 minutes to wrap this up.
Thank you so much. My name is Yoel Gakwot. Freedom is the will to be responsible for ourselves as young people. So my question, the issue of silencing the gun, I think African Union are the people who are bringing us into this journey. And I would like to assure them that let us think on the time frame about silencing the gun in Africa. Especially in South Sudan, is it African Union? Why the African Union is supporting the government who are silencing the gun by force? Silencing the gun is not by forcing people. How come? How can we going that people are posting and disarming them by forcing them like bring the gun and whatever? So it often in Rebek, in Lake State, and whatever. So in South Sudan. So we are calling for the African Union, to intervene in peaceful silencing the gun, because they have their own mandate, they have their own policies that they can give to the government that these are the things that government should follow.
Thank you for your comment. Please come, speak from here. Just
Zaida,
1
we need
minute
to wrap
per
this up.
person.
We have 1 minute,
And
right?
please, if a reaction, say if it is a question, tell us whom you are asking so that you can get your answer.
Thank you very much for the chance. My name is Joyce Abaha. First thing I want to comment for the speaker who speaks on behalf of the civil society. He talks about the many youths there. They are not even responding to the flooding. There is many.
All right, I guess we have lost the link there. But these are really honest conversations that are happening from all of us young people. And thank you for the honesty. And I think it's from here that we get to move forward. So I'll give my panelists, each of them 30 seconds to give their closing remarks. And then we'll go for a health break. And then we return with our session. I'll start with Petrida. 30 seconds to give your closing remarks.
This has been a really wonderful session, in particular the fact that the whole concept of silencing the guns was birthed in Arusha itself during the African Union high-level experts meeting on peace and security in 2014. So ideally, it creates and connects the dots, and that's the power of the YouLead Summit, where we learn, connect, and envisage what we are going to do more from here. I think all the submissions that are submitted by different audiences who engaged actively are quite valuable, in fact, in a matter that the fact that it was more realistic and not being very political in the sense that we want to cover things up. And I think it's really up to us to actually own the mishaps that are happening, especially in line with silencing the guns or peace and security. And just to remind that the African Union is a non-binding body. So all the decisions and agreements that are put into place, even the campaigns itself that are put into in place within the African continent are made by the member states. So how do we work with our countries to actually influence the decisions they make during the AU Heads of States and Government Summit, which is held annually at the AU headquarters? But generally, I think we still have room to submit more recommendations. We have a session on Thursday, whereby I think we can share all the recommendations that everyone have submitted and be able to engage, but also just to also welcome some of the attendees who are here in person on one of the session on border and conflict to actually launch a report that we've done on counter trafficking and illegal migration during COVID-19 pandemic, and you can have an outlook from the East African region on why situations of Tanzania, Burundi, and South Sudan were not targeted directly. That's all.
Thank you very much, Petrida, for that. Let's bring in Christine to wrap it up. Christine, you have 30 seconds. Are you there, Christine? Frankly, do we have Christine on the line or Karin? All right, I think we lost them. But thank you very much, Petrida. Thank you very much, Christine, Karil, and the entire team from Juba for those submissions. Interesting thoughts that were coming through, and I can assure you we noted most of these down, and it will be interesting to add them into the paper that is going to be submitted to the African Union, perhaps to be adopted by the different member states. Interesting conversations. I'm loving this. Let's go for a break. We'll be right back in the next. Oh, we have a comment or two from Abella, who is the director of the summit. Abella, you're welcome.
Just a quick announcement. How are you doing, guys? You good? Yeah. Are we learning? Yeah. Are we getting our mind expanded beyond Tanzania? Sawa sawa. Sasa, this afternoon, when we come back, the agenda continues here, right? But then after lunch, we are going to go in breakout workshops. All right? So we're going to ask you guys to sign for 3 breakout workshops. Workshop number 1 is going to be led by TYVA. Do I have anyone from TYVA here? Yeah, so TYVA will be leading workshop number 1, and it's about anti-corruption. Workshop number 2 is going to be led by race-based development. Badru is here? Badru Juma? Okay, so Badru will be introduced later, and they will be talking about SDG 16, which is about peace and security, all right? And then workshop number 3 will be by Tanzania Bora Initiative, which I run, and it's about the culture, or building the culture of tolerance. Okay? I will repeat. Workshop number 1, SDG 16, leadership development. Number 2, building the culture of tolerance, Tanzania Bora Initiative. Number 3, anti-corruption, TYVA. So start thinking where you do want to go. All right? Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the director of the summit. Let's go for a break. We'll be returning in 10 minutes for our second session. Let's make it quick because we have more conversations going on. Good morning. And a special round of applause to our panelists this morning. Thank you very much. I wish you a good health break.
The prevailing global context has provided valuable lessons and amplified the need for visionary leadership across the globe.
COVID-19 pandemic has brought in a new challenge to the youth. I think, as we all know, youth unemployment is a major challenge that has been facing the globe over the last few years. However, during this pandemic, it worsened.
Through it all, there's something special about the resilience of Africa's young people.
the creativity, the will to overcome adversity, which is inherent in humankind, but shines even brighter in Africa.
From the 23rd to the 27th of November, YouLead Summit will be held under the theme Development is People. This theme echoes the words of the founding father of Tanzania, Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, who stated that any form of meaningful and sustainable development has to be people-centered. Since 2017, YouLead Summit has been working to unlock youth leadership potential for a prosperous East Africa and the region.
As a bank, our purpose is Uganda is our home and we drive her growth. We cannot say that as a bank we drive her growth without helping the biggest population in this country.
The overall vision of ELF is to have dignified societies across Africa. And that is exactly what YouLead was also doing, that they wanted to enhance the youth voice in the East African region.
As National Youth Council Kenya, we believe and we will continuously champion for engagements, meaningful engagement of young people, the Kenyan, the East African, and the African youth for a sustainably empowered youth.
Partnerships are very important within this YouLead space, and not only for being a young person but within our organization, because as young people we realize we cannot move to the next step by ourselves. We need to work together in order for us to achieve our vision, in order for us to empower each other.
Support YouLead in grassroots mobilization, grassroots convening and inventing of spaces for young people to actually have their voices amplified.
Investing in people is one of the most assured ways of realizing a country's development. We're therefore coming together this November, not only to talk, but to craft practical solutions for the prosperity and development of African youth.
YouLead Summit 2020, which is convening for the 4th edition, will be a platform for the East African community, old and young, experienced and novice, to meet, interact and discuss developmental issues without prejudice. The summit is hosted by MS Training Center for Development Cooperation and the East African Community in Arusha, and is co-owned and supported by the YouLead Consortium of state and non-state partners across all the 6 East African Community member states and beyond, in the spirit of United Nations Agenda 2030, Leaving No One Behind, and the African Union Agenda 2063, the Africa we want.
YouLead Summit 2020 will be brought closer to you. We're making it possible for everyone to participate from anywhere, with qualified delegates, speakers, and mentors forming a limited physical audience under COVID-19 prevention standard operating procedures. The first setup will be the Regional Command Center, where sessions will be held at the EAC headquarters in Arusha, Tanzania.
Day 1 will be dedicated for the Under 40 Political Leaders Forum, Reinventing Leadership for East African Millennials. Day 2 will be the East African Youth Forum on Peace, Youth at the Center of Peacebuilding and Conflict Prevention. Day 3 will be the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum, Accelerating Economic Opportunities and Decent Work for Youth, which will be crowned by the Youth Enterprise Awards Gala Night Dinner. Day 4 will be the Post-Summit Agenda, and Day 5 will be the East Africa Youth Parliament, popularly known as the Vijana Assembly. These platforms will enable 10,000 delegates to participate, network, and engage in real time through audio and video chats, as well as interact with key partners and organizations supporting youth development in East Africa and beyond.
I personally look forward to the Under 40 Business Leaders Forum.
Karibuni and all the nice words to the YouLead Summit 2020.
We therefore invite you to participate in YouLead 20 by either applying to become a delegate or partnering with us to prepare for the summit and implement the outcomes. To apply as a delegate, simply visit www.youleadsummit.org and send in your application. To partner with us, you can contribute towards the overall budget, or you can support by adopting a booth, support a thematic day of the summit, or support a selected or nominated delegate to participate in the summit.
I personally look forward
for the Political Leaders Forum Under 40.
Welcome to YouLead 20.
I want to welcome you all to YouLead Summit 20. Yay!
With your lead, let your dream be a reality.
Each year for the YouLead Summit, delegates have been converging at MSTCDC in Arusha, Tanzania. We know a lot of things have changed this year. However, one of the things that has not changed is the YouLead spirit of unity, togetherness, networking, and fun. So from wherever you are, be sure you share the story of hope of the African youth, as well as your experience on this online summit, using the following hashtags: Development is People and YouLead 20. Welcome to the YouLead Summit 20.
YouLead is a convening of young people across the 6 partner states of East Africa, where they come together in partnership with government leaders, development partners, business leaders, to discuss issues that are about young people's welfare, to discuss solutions for young people's challenges, and to find ways in which we can build a better country, a better continent, as well as a better region here in East Africa. So it happens here at TCDC. We would like all of you to come over for this week-long convening and be able to network, to share ideas, to learn from each other, and ensure that we can get the best out of this convening, because indeed this convening is something that will help to change Africa, but also change the way we look at young people's active involvement in development.
Hi, my name's Dennis Otieno, and I work for Shule Direct as a monitoring and evaluation manager. I also facilitate trainings at Ndoto Hub. So here at MSTCDC, we have partnered with DOT Tanzania to provide entrepreneurship training to 10 young innovative youths so that they can bring change in their communities.
My experience so far has been one of the most amazing experiences in the startup ecosystem ever since I got into such challenges. And what do I really mean here? I've gotten to meet some of the people I've always wanted to meet. I've met the founder of Mtabe, Given. He's a very wonderful mentor. I've shared with him. I've met Nyalandu, founder of Shule Direct, which has really given me lots of insights. I've also met so many other leaders here that are pushing me to engage into how to get Kano Africa in the Tanzanian market.
So we have been to different hubs. So there's one called Twende, there's one called Anza Tanzania, and there's one called Ubuntu. So these hubs are also hubs which are working in Arusha to help young people to bring changes in their communities in whichever innovative idea that they have.
So the upcoming summit, that's the YouLead Summit. This summit is very amazing, it's very big. This is something that is putting together all the 6 East African countries. Now, pitching on a stage, I mean, to a market that has got 6 countries right in front of you is like the most amazing thing for an upcoming startup founder like I am.
I would love to call upon youths to join in because it's going to be physical as well as virtual training. So I would love to welcome all the youths to join in all corners of the world.
I encourage anyone out there, you're a startup founder, you're an ecosystem beneficiary, find your way to get to participate in the YouLead Summit.
And all together we're going to bring development in Africa.
Thank you.
A good morning to all our audience in the East Africa region. We are going to our next session that is supposed to begin at 11:30. We have all our speakers waiting, and this is a virtual town hall meeting. We are going to be addressing the topic of countering violent extremism. We shall be looking into some of the motivating factors and how the youth are affected by violent extremism in the region. But our focus for this conversation is on what tools are available for youth to participate in preventing violent extremism. My name is Stella Agara, holding brief for Solomon, who is going to continue with the remainder of the conversation. But for now, I'd like to introduce our speakers. One of YouLead's biggest partners on countering violent extremism is the Commonwealth, and obviously they have an interest in this conversation and will be represented by Amy Longland, a program officer from the Commonwealth London office. Amy is handling violent extremism governance within the Governance and Peace Directorate in Commonwealth London. Welcome, Amy. The second speaker for this session is Anne Maua, who's joining us from Mombasa in Kenya. Anne Maua is a community actor on matters of violent extremism and handling basically the extreme violent situations that youth find themselves in the coastal region in Kenya. She also has a lot of experience running programs supporting youth engagement in constructive conflict resolution instead of engaging in violent extremism. She runs an organization, a community organization called Uzalendo Africa, and she has quite some experience to bring into this conversation. Anne has also had quite an opportunity to participate in addressing online hate under a Facebook program. And within this, she's looking at online hate and how it transforms into violent extremism on the ground. Welcome, Anne Maua. I think without further ado, we will allow Amy Longland to make her statement. Amy, make your opening statement on basically this presentation, introducing the topic and everything, and then we shall have Anne coming in as a discussant. Amy, you ready for us? That's fine.
Has been in charge of running our online webinars, which has been focusing on providing young people specifically with the tools to combat violent extremism, especially within the areas that they encounter it most, for example, online, and also trying to give young people a platform to discuss with decision makers and be at the decision-making table. So just a quick point about the CDE unit. The CDE unit has been in operation since 2017, so we're 3 years old, relatively new. But the idea about having an actual unit within the Commonwealth Secretariat is that we are quite standalone, we can operate quite independently, which allows us to work quickly and dynamically, so we can act in a way that is quite reactive to new developments in certain certain Commonwealth member states, and we're able to act quickly on that front. So we try and operate in a manner that is more dynamic than, say, the rest of the Commonwealth Secretariat at large, given the size. and the scope of what the Commonwealth Secretariat does. So we operate in 5 key areas. We offer in-depth technical assistance, youth and civil society organisation training and support, capacity building and awareness raising, research, communication and information, and advocating for small states. So that's the 5 areas that the CVE unit operates in. So why it's so important for us that we are involved in a session and a summit like this one is that one of the Sustainable Development Goals is to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable and inclusive institutions at all levels. So this summit is incredibly important because violence is perhaps the most significant and destructive challenge to development, growth, well-being and the very survival of countries around the world. It's especially important that we focus on young people because young people are especially vulnerable. So 46% of all homicides globally involve young people between 10 and 29 years of age. For example, the majority of Boko Haram fighters are teenagers, the typical ISIS recruit is around 26, and most Jamaat Islamiyah members are young and male. So almost half of the 1.4 billion people living in fragile and conflict-affected states are under the age of 20, and 60% of the population of the Commonwealth is under 30 years old. So obviously it makes sense to zero in on young people, not only to look at how it affects young people, but also how young people can be the most effective agents of change. So why I think as well this summit is really important, and I know this is a lot of text, but many CV initiatives frame young people as either the perpetrators of violent extremism or as possible victims of recruitment. And what that really fails to capture is the fact that that young people are part of the solution. So despite the fact that in most areas where young people spend most of their time, for example online, they come face to face with a lot of violent extremist content, we are not turning to violence. Young people aren't turning to violence. We are working to build peace and prevent violent extremism. And I think that really applies to the Africa region. Young people are aiming for change and taking the initiative. The response to violent extremism needs meaningful participation at all levels, and we really believe that in the CVE unit. Our generation, like the generations before us, need to challenge the status quo and demand new ideas and systems. And that's why this summit is so valuable to what we're trying to do. So to effectively address the drivers of violent extremism and promote peace, youth must be engaged as partners in the design and implementation of relevant programs and policies with a commitment to learning, partnership, innovation, impact, so that we are able to address violent extremism, because it is a defining challenge for our generation, the generations that come after us, and this has only been exacerbated by the coronavirus pandemic. And that's why we need to ensure we stay focused on these kind of issues going forward. So just quickly on what our definition of what preventing and countering violent extremism is. So PCVE, in short, is a global approach that is part of a broader counter-terrorism agenda. So you might have heard of counter-terrorism, which is the more hard approach, so that's the kind of military response to violent extremism, terrorism, counter-terrorism. What we look at is, in PCVE, is how we can address the root causes that mainly result in violent extremism and acts of terrorism. So it's looking at that kind of soft approach, looking at the heart of the mind and how we can address these issues. So we're looking at how we can look at preventative measures that address structural, social, economic and political grievances that lead to radicalisation. So they often go hand in hand. So counter-terrorism and countering violent extremism go hand in hand. And what's really important, I think, especially with regards to young people, is the preventing violent extremism. So looking at how we can prevent it in a proactive manner as opposed to countering it in a reactive manner. So our approach as the unit is to work with member countries to develop, define and understand the phenomenon of violent extremism as it relates to their specific context, and then to help strategize, plan and act accordingly. And that's why I think it's really important that young people have a meaningful seat at the decision-making table. Because if young people are the most affected by violent extremism, yet are the most effective peace builders, then it makes absolute sense that young people should be at the table, at front and centre of the development of these initiatives, at being the agents of change that we need, not only for effectiveness of these programmes, but for their longevity as well. So I'm really passionate about the fact that young people really need to be the ones that are given prominence in these decision-making processes. So these are some mechanisms within the CD unit that we have identified as ways of preventing violent extremism. And young people really come into this in every single step. We have shaping norms against violence. Most recently, we ran a webinar on preventing terrorist use of the internet, which was training for young people on how to develop counter-narratives to kind of reject those online norms that might foster violent extremism in real life, and help to shape norms against violence, against violent extremist rhetoric, and hopefully violent extremist behaviour online. Young people are the most resilient and honestly have the best initiatives in combating a plethora of different global issues. And that's why we need to help increase resilience to violent extremism, to help to strengthen those protective factors that young people have innately within them that really help us to counter violent extremism. Importantly, it's to address the structural conditions that drive violent extremism. So address the reasons why, especially young people might turn to violent extremism, might feel as though that's the only solution to have their voices heard. We need to look at why those happen and put in place initiatives to address those root causes. Counteract the benefits of using terrorist tactics, divert those at risk away from violent activity, and make it harder for terrorists to recruit online. So this all comes into looking at those structural conditions that drive violent extremism. It's really important that we as young people take the lead, take the initiative, and make it harder for terrorists to recruit our peers and others as well. So, young people and PCBE. So, despite what we know about the recruitment strategies of violent extremist groups, the uptake of extremist violence amongst young people is still low. So, despite the fact that extremist material really proliferates new spaces, like online spaces, the uptake is actually relatively low amongst young people. I think that tells us that young people can think critically about what they see online, perhaps more so than older demographics. But equally, that we're really resilient towards violence, really resilient against violent extremism. We can't discount young people as the really, really important agents of change, and while keeping us safe is important, we don't want to risk selling out young people. In addition, organisations such as YouLead in Africa and the Commonwealth Secretariat and USA, we acknowledge that we need to switch the narrative to recognise the use of positive agents for peace building and security rather than stigmatising them as risks and threats. This is fundamental to not only this summit and our involvement in it, but also the work of the CDE unit and how we bring youth into that. So the emerging research and anecdotal accounts of practitioners suggest that many benefits of genuinely youth-driven initiatives, including activating interest in the subject matter, obtaining more truthful and useful insights into the various challenges in peace CDE. And this is really important, especially with regards to the fact that in each Commonwealth country, obviously the contextual factors are quite different and they can vary. So that's really important. Providing opportunities to repair broken linkages between young people in the community, empowering young people to seek help and peer meditate with confidence, and creating relationships between young people who share an understanding of the challenges and solutions. And that, the final point, is really important, especially with regards to this summit that you're all taking part in. We need to create these relationships, these partnerships between all of you to share an understanding of challenges and solutions and how we can take more action going forward. And finally, here's some ideas from our perspective on how young people could participate in CDE and how government and decision-making processes could involve young people more meaningfully. So, as a lot of you might be involved in youth engagement, youth leadership organisations within your specific cultural, regional context, we need to make sure we're integrating government engagement. So integrating engagement with the Commonwealth, for example, partnership and collaboration into your strategies, plans and programmes. We need to ensure that young people are continuously reached out, especially those that are the most marginalised, and as young people, we need to be making sure we're banging on the door and saying that we deserve to be listened to. And build partnerships with each other, other youth-led and civil society organisations on different levels, coordinate campaigns and activities, and maintain its independence and focus on PCBE. And so finally, what could we do? What can the Secretariat do to help? So first of all, the CBE unit. I really encourage all of you to get involved and follow the activities of the CBE unit. I mentioned one of the webinars that we did a few months ago. And more recently, we've done a webinar on actually providing a platform for young people and decision makers to come together, which is fundamental in peace building, conflict prevention, and preventing and countering violent extremism. And the other webinar that I mentioned was using online tools to build peace and security. So empowering, training other young people to be able to reject narratives that are conducive to extremism online and build counter-narratives. These events are all free. They're open to everybody, and I really encourage you all to follow the activity of the CBE unit. Feel free to get in touch with me and to participate in these events because they're really, really important. In addition, in other areas of the Secretariat, the Commonwealth Youth Peace Ambassadors Network, or SIPAN, which I believe few of the actual panellists are members of that or involved in that, and some of you might already have heard of it, run by the Commonwealth Youth Programme, and that brings together young people from across the Commonwealth to upscale and optimise grassroots, national, regional, pan-Commonwealth efforts to promote peace, respect and understanding and preventing violent extremism. Again, if you want to get in touch with me or one of your SIPAN representatives, that's open for anyone to join in with that. And finally, the ACU, or the Association of Commonwealth Universities, is also running a Commonwealth Youth Programme, which focuses on the role of student leaders in creating cohesive societies, or in other words, more peaceful, inclusive and societies less prone to violent extremism. So getting involved in initiatives like these and attending summits like the one you are at today are great ways of championing the youth voice in PCB decision making and approaches. So thank you all for listening. I hope that I haven't gone through too quickly. My contact email is there, and feel free to get in touch with me if you have anything further you'd like to get involved in or like to add. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amy. We really appreciate the presentation you've made. I have noted that you have highlighted the importance of the role of youth in engaging in preventing violent extremism as a first option. And then, of course, the responsibility of countering violent extremism where it already exists. Your presentation does a very good job of separating those two, and of course, prioritizing the prevention of violent extremism so that we don't find ourselves in the kinds of situations of human rights abuses that happen when we are countering violent extremism. I also heard you very clearly when you acknowledged that youth are the most powerful agents of change and that they definitely have a role to play in addressing violent extremism. Your suggestion of youth using an opportunity online to prevent mobilization online for violent extremism is also very powerful, and I think we are going to get comments from Anne concerning this matter. But before Anne gets to discuss this topic and maybe give her feedback on the address you have made, I would like us to move to South Sudan, because I'm made to understand that our speaker in South Sudan is ready. We are joined by a gentleman from the South Sudan National Youth Union who is going to be speaking as a discussant. Zaida, is Jacob Magai with us? Zaida, is Jacob Magai with us?
Yes, please, yes.
Please introduce him and have him speak for 5 minutes, then you will come back to Anne Maua to discuss the topic.
Yes, his name is Magai, and he is the External Secretary to the South Sudan Youth National Union. You're welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jacob Magai, for that matter. I work for South Sudan National Youth Union as the Secretary for External Affairs. In the middle of this wonderful topic, encountering violence and extremism, in the context of South Sudan, first of all, we need to know what are some of these violence being practiced in the Republic of South Sudan, for that matter, before I moved to the region and actually look into the extremism. In the context of South Sudan, if you see the elements of the violence, those things that, that triggers violence in the Republic, one of them happens to be, what was mentioned actually by one of the speakers early today, that's to say cattle rustling. This has been one of the things that actually cause violence among our people in the Republic of South Sudan. Another thing actually happens to be the issue of the land. If you see in the last resolution for the national dialogue, people resolve a lot of things to do with land because it is one of the contributors to the violence in the Republic. I was just narrowing it to the micro scopes, and when it comes to the macro one, we are looking at the socio-economic and political influence to the violence. Because there are other violence which are caused by political leaders, and then the other ones which are actually caused by the communal ways of doing things. Now, for the case of South Sudan, those are the two main factors that actually contributes to the violence. When you look at why this happens, first of all, we do not respect some of our laws which are set by the government. These lands are being regulated by the government at different points. And you find people leave the regulation of the government, you leave the law there, then you practice your own way of doing it. This is one of the ways which actually, because when you do something by yourself, it's very difficult for you to have a clear guide. And here it causes violence, because already you will be contravening with someone's rights, which are infringed in the constitution. It definitely you can actually cause violence. Not only that, as I say, things to do with also cattle rustling. You know, our youth are made to understand that. Okay, during the post-conflict of the Republic of South Sudan, before we could reach independence, our people had no other economic opportunities available to survive with. So most of our youth who were not engaged in the fight against the now were engaged in other activities that would actually serve them and give them resources to sustain their livings. So most of them happen to be victims of cattle rustling, and they have been practicing this even up to the after the independence.
Thank you.
So
Please, I'm just reminding you to stick to 5 minutes.
All right, thank you so much. So with the theme of the extremism, when you look at the way our regional governments, South Sudan is part of the regional governments, is approaching the issue of extremism in Somalia. You know, one of the approach where they contribute troops to fighting it is one thing. Yes, it can work. But how are we able to sustain this? If we cannot be able to sustain this, is what are we doing with the ex-militants? The ex-militants for those extremists actually who were caught on the in the exchange of in the conflict. So we need to also think beyond the box. If fighting them is one way, yes, of course, but of course we need to also think of what can we do to them. Some of them are actually victims. You find, take an example of our young men who trek from here to Europe. They call it desperate journeys. Now some of these people here would fail in the hands of the mighty militants, then they are forcibly recruited. And once these people come back to their communities, what are we doing with them? This is another thing that we need to also look into. Otherwise, I thank you so much.
Welcome. Thank you for keeping time. I'm handing over to Stella.
Thank you, Zaida. I think Jacob has mentioned some very important issues in his speech, but one of the things that I've noted that is mentioned that is extremely powerful is the question of what do we do with the ex-militaries, the former extremists. What kind of process do we have for disarmament, for reintegration into the community, and what kind of programs are we running to ensure that these people do not then come into the community and begin to influence other young people to now become extremists? I think that's a powerful conversation that we must have here today. and see, you know, what kind of programs you can recommend to government, or what kinds of programs youth can run, and what tools they can use to address that. Let me quickly introduce Anne in Mombasa, who's going to be speaking to us about the community experience and what experience she's had on the ground, engaging young people in countering violent extremism, and whether she's had any success in preventing violent extremism. As soon as Anne is done, we are going to have our moderators, Solomon, helping us with the Q&A on this side, and then Zaida is going to help with the Q&A on the other side. Anne Maua, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you.
Please give us your insights.
Thank you very much for having me today in the YouLead Summit. I am honored. And just to give a bit of experience in what I have been able to do around violent extremism, I feel like we've been able to achieve a lot, especially when we talk about youth participation in preventing violent extremism in their various different small ways. But I also feel like we cannot have this conversation without the need to reframing and recontextualizing on how these issues have actually taken shape. Because most of the times when we talk about the push and pull factors, these are traditional factors that we've been having over the time. But we also need to be alive to the fact that the trend is shifting and the ground is shifting. So some of these pull and push factors may actually have graduated to a different level, or we may be having new factors, and then that means then we need to change our approach, we need to change our reprogramming. But just to give a few examples, I've seen quite a number of young people both in Kenya and Eastern Africa trying to come up with different interventions ranging from sporting activities to the use of theater and art. We've seen very progressive young people taking advantage of the social media, because, for example, we cannot afford to ignore social media. Being a recruitment ground, it means if the extremists are working hard to recruit young people on social media, especially in the wake of COVID-19, then we need to go a step mile, we need to go one step ahead. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot have this conversation without, talking about the whole idea of myths and disinformation, because most of the times, even when we talk about religious aspects, it is the false connotations that are used to lure young people, and therefore the question of myths and disinformation and how we can address that, encountering the narrative, becomes very critical to today's discussion. I have also been successful in mentoring quite a number of young people in different faculties, and most of them have used different approaches, like integrating the intergenerational conversation between young people and the older generation in terms of peacebuilding and violent extremism, because you do realize the other generation actually have the experience, but then the young people are the ones who are actually being recruited to extremism. How do we find a balance between the two? But for me, I feel like the core of this conversation then becomes, how do we get into the spaces where radicalization programming and the discussions around PCB and VEE is actually discussed. For example, we have the National Action Plan for the East African countries. I know Kenya has a national plan on violent extremism, and we also have domestication of those plans. For example, in Mombasa, we have the MCAP, and we have the CBE Engagement Forum, where this is a forum that brings practitioners together. How do we make sure as young people we find our way in such spaces where we are actually able then to plan from the start? I think we need to look at young people really not just as a product or as a problem or as people who are being recruited, but rather as active players and movers of decision in this piece of violent extremism. Thank you very much, Stella.
Thank you very much, Anne, for your submissions. I want to say once again a special thank you for all the submissions. And we earlier on had from Amy Longland, who is the Programs Officer, Countering Violent Extremism, Governance and Peace Directorate, the Commonwealth, and who are also our proud partners for the YouLead Summit. Annie Maua is from Wazalendo, Africa, and YouLead alumni. Well, we are now going to cross over to Zaida, who is my colleague in South Sudan. We're officially going to be hearing from the Vice President of South Sudan, that is Her Excellence Rebecca Garang, to officially address us and the entire online team right now. Zaid, let me cross over to
Solomon, we will alert you when she enters. She's not in. Please, we can proceed. I will alert you.
All right. Let's now involve our panelists who are already into the conversation. Perhaps let me bring Amy back. Amy Longland, who is the programs officer for countering violent extremism, governance, and peace directorate in the Commonwealth. Amy, thanks a lot for having shared your thoughts earlier. I think what is critical, for example, for South Sudan is the reintegration of people who were, the youth were previously engaged in violent activities into the normal day-to-day living, and perhaps empowering them to move on, and perhaps for them to be advocates of peace rather than just sliding back into violence. What then can we do to empower the young people who were previously violent into, advocating for peaceful South Sudan, Amy?
Thank you for that question. I think it's a really, really important one. And actually, the CVE unit is doing a project at the moment which is developing a manual for the returning, for how to manage returning foreign fighters. And a key thing, and that manual was developed by an organisation that we have procured and we've been working really closely with. And they did a lot of research with a lot of our practitioners, a lot of our consultants, and everyone within the CVE unit. And a big thing is, again, coming back to how can we, a lot of the reasons why young people turn to violent extremism is structural factors where they don't feel as though they're being heard. There aren't actual avenues for their voices to be heard within decision-making processes. So that leads them to feel as though violent extremism is the only answer. And in addition, there's a real breakdown between that young person and the community from which they come from. And this can propel young people to leave and to go and go abroad and become a foreign fighter abroad. Another thing that which really motivates young people to go abroad and become a violent extremist is a lack of a sense of identity or belonging. So when these young people come back to places like South Sudan, it's really important that those kind of three areas are addressed. So first of all, what are the structural issues that have provoked them to go in the first place, and how can those be addressed? How can those be mitigated, and how can we work on actually not looking at this individual as just somebody that doesn't matter or is irrelevant because they've gone away. Why did they do that? What are the reasons why they've done that, and what can be done? What can be done to address those issues? Secondly, that breakdown between that young person and the community that they've come from. That community might shun that person once they return to their home country because the community feels betrayed, or feels as though that person has kind of gone and doesn't think that they find completely, they don't want to welcome that individual back into that community. But that's fundamental because it links back to my third point, which is that lack of a feeling of identity and belonging. So the community needs to be empowered and supported to really welcome that young person, that individual, back into that community, so that sense of belonging and identity is there, and that those issues that propelled them to leave in the first place are also addressed. So as I say, we're developing the manual for managing returning terrorist foreign fighters at the moment. It's a really, really important question, and those three areas that I've mentioned, I think, are fundamental for how to manage, especially if a young person has gone abroad to become a foreign terrorist fighter.
Thanks, Amy. I think that is pretty clear. Let me bring in my colleague from South Sudan, and Jacob Mangai, who is the External Secretary for the affairs of the National Youth Union. Jacob, you were earlier on listening to the submissions from James, and James seemed to be alluding to the fact that the young people have not been, brought onto their development agenda of South Sudan earlier on, that they have not been empowered enough. We're talking about what tools are available to advocate for peace, and what tools can be given to the young people to advocate for a peaceful South Sudan, and so that they become change agents and advocates of peace. James.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jacob. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you much. I will try to be brief and precise for that matter, because we're waiting for the Vice President. In South Sudan, as we speak now, we have just formed the government of, it's called Revitalized Government of National Unity. And it happened to be the first government that has recognized the roles of the young people. And of course, if you see in the formation of the executive, we have young men and women who have actually taken up the ministerial role for the first time in South Sudan. So here the question of youth development has been settled at the executive level. We are now waiting to see in the legislature and the formation of the state subsequently. Once all these are done, then this would actually provide us platforms where we can actually advocate for the youth representation and youth activities and things that can be done to empower our civil population. Of course, we have that at the national level. And on the other hand, when you look at the roles that most of our organizations are playing here, yeah, of course, we can see when it comes to civic engagements, a lot of activists, a lot of people are talking, but the impact of all our talking here is not being seen at the grassroots levels. So I am actually still appealing to all of us who are at the forefront of fighting for the youth engagements and youth involvement in all these processes. We need to actually go deeper. We need to actually go deeper to create that platform where those who are not able to access, as we speak now here in Juba, there are people who are not online. There are people who are not getting what we are talking about here, but they are South Sudanese and the young people. Of course, we need to actually give them that platform where they can as well do this. What government can do? Yes, of course, we have now a youth development policy, which is going to be tabled in the parliament in the next few coming days. Once this youth development policy is passed, then we will have now a claim to the government. We will now hold the government accountable for not doing X and Y and Z for the young people. But of course, as we speak now, this development policy is not there, and it's one of the challenges actually that we are pushing on the government. And I want to thank all of you who are advocates of this. We need to push the government. Once this parliament is reconstituted, they should actually pass this development policy so that we can hold government accountable where necessary. Thank you.
All right, thanks. But I just also wanted to invite you, again, Jacob, if you could just stay there for a second. Do you think that the young people have now been brought on the forefront on the conversation of the development agenda for South Sudan? Because I remember James was really strong on young people left behind, and the people in the executive not so much giving them an eye or an ear to listen closely to their issues. You are in South Sudan, you've been monitoring it, you belong to a youth organization. Your thoughts?
Thank you. First of all, we have just seen the formation, we have just witnessed actually the formation of the executive. And in the executive, you would agree with me, we have about 5 young men and women who have taken up roles now in the executive for the first time. It has never happened in South Sudan. That has actually given us a hope that even in the formation of the legislature, we will have more young people to be represented. We are also looking forward also to witnessing the state formations, because it is actually in this process that we are able to say we are truly represented as young people in this country. So for now, yes, of course, we can see in the executive we are represented, but we are still urging the government to make sure the same thing is replicated for the legislature and then at the state level, so that we can have that space. We don't mind who gets what or who gets what, but as long as a young person. That's what we're pushing now.
All right. Thank you very much. I've been informed that the Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan, Excellency Rebecca Garang, is almost coming through the conference room. And when she comes in, we'll join our colleagues in South Sudan, and we'll certainly have the national anthem for South Sudan sung. And then eventually she will be giving her remarks, and then we can have a Q&A session with her, and then later on we can be able to throw our thoughts and analysis, and she'll be speaking at about 12:30. That's about 15 minutes from now. And so again, let me just say a special welcome to all of those who are watching us online. Remember, the hashtag is YouLead20, and development is people on all our social media accounts, that is on Twitter, on Facebook, as well as on Instagram. You can leave a comment or two there. We'll be able to sample your views and questions later on as we continue with this conversation. Again, the conversation that we're having is what tools can we equip to young people to be advocates for peace within the region. And we had very, very interesting views and comments earlier on before we went for a break that spoke about the key issues affecting young people and how we can transform them from just being, violent into being ambassadors of peace. One of the critical issues that came through the conversation is the youth to use cross-border networks to address violent extremism, and this was highlighted by one of the panelists, and I think I should bring in Anne Maua from Uzalendo Africa, and who is also the YouLead Summit alumni. Anne, I'm sure you're still with us. The question of...
Yes,
Yeah. So I thought that we could also have a conversation around tolerance, the youth being able to tolerate different political differences, their differences in their political sides, and a difference in opinion, because most of the times what has been really core to many of these clashes is the difference in political opinions or difference in other related opinions, that people do not get to tolerate each other. I thought you'd also talk about that, especially in a fragile state like South Sudan, which is slowly by slowly getting up on its feet and getting ready to take off again. Annie.
Thank you very much for that question on the political tolerance. I think it's very, very critical when we are talking about violent extremism in all forms, in political forms and economical forms. It is very important for young people to actually exercise tolerant views and be accommodative enough to just allow other young people to belong to political parties. But I feel like the place at where we need to start this conversation from then, it actually becomes the place of understanding, first of all, what is our role as young people in the political space. Do we have a role to play in the political space, first of all? And then when we understand the roles that we have to be in political spaces or in the decision-making discourse, then we are able to now exercise tolerance. Because I like what Jacob, I hope I got the name right, from South Sudan said, that at this point in South Sudan, it doesn't matter which young people get what, but it is really about having representation in numbers in terms of young people. Let young people be at the center of decision making. Now the role of, and I remember we were having this conversation in some online consultation in IGAD, where we're saying the role of the youth is in politics and in election does not just end at voting. how do young people organize themselves to even claim spaces in these political parties? So when we have the core issues or the core goal as young people being young people, then we will have no business in checking who belongs to what political party. Because I keep telling people, when we stand to go somewhere, it is not the name of our party that comes first. It is actually the word or the noun youth, which is a young person. So if we put youth at the heart of it all, then we are able to exercise tolerance. And also, being, we are liberal. The East African countries in Sub-Saharan Africa are actually liberal and they're guided by law. For instance, the Kenyan Constitution in Article 38 talks about political parties, that everybody has a right to belong to a political party. And when you are alive or cognizant of such a fact, then you're able to exercise tolerance and to push youth agenda. Jacob was talking about the youth development policies and saying there's the need for young people to galvanize around pushing for that policy. And I would like to echo his sentiment and also by saying that it is not just galvanizing, but how does the youth in Southern Sudan make sure what they want actually find their way into these youth development policies. So then tolerance becomes a subject that then needs to be very clear to our heart. And tolerance is not just political tolerance, but even religious tolerance, because one of the avenues of recruitment for violent extremism then is actually the religious beliefs and the cultural beliefs and everything else. So then, as young people, we just need to, I tell people here in Kenya that we are tribe youth, like we only have one tribe called young person. And once we realize that, then we galvanize to make sure our input, our views, and as much as we're pushing the government to, we must lead from us. We must lead from us showing that we can be tolerant of each other, whether political, social, or economically. Then the political class, who is very notorious for, using young people to actually start violence or anything else, we see that we are leading from the front. I used to run a campaign back in 2017 when we had the Kenyan election. Used to be called Kataku to Miwa, where we are telling young people, you need to refuse to be used to cause any political skirmishes and everything. How best do young people actually find their spot and fight for their spot? If the political class does not see the use or the need of including young people, the young people must create the spaces for themselves. I tell people, even when we talk about, for instance, stuff like public participation, if we do not have the invited spaces, we will invent those spaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Annie, for your views and thoughts. I thought that we could get reactions, more reactions from young people in this room in Arusha before we cross over to Juba, where my colleague will take over once the Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan, Her Excellency Rebecca Garang, takes her seat. So we had several hands before we went for a break of people who wanted to make a comment on how we can be advocates of peace and what are the critical issues that we're supposed to be discussing and having a really, really serious conversation about our position in the peace process. All right, I've received communication that we need to hand over to South Sudan. Her Excellency Rebecca Garang is joining us. Let me hand over to Zaida, who is my colleague from Juba, to take us forward. Zaida.
For this moment, to hear from our mother. This is a gathering of young people. YouLead Summit is a regional, right now it is the biggest East African regional forum where young people come together every November to discuss their issues, to get solutions and forge way forward how we can live together as a region and move Africa to where we want to be. So I would like to ask the chairperson, South Sudan National Youth Union, to come and invite Her Excellency Madam Rebecca Nyandeng to give her opening remarks. Thank you.
Excellency Mama Rebecca Nyandeng, the Vice President, youth leaders who are present in this summit. We are honored and privileged to have one of the icons. We call her the Mother of the Nation, to come and address the young people of East African community, because we believe our father, Dr. John Garang Maybe Onachem, is one of the Pan-Africans who always fight for the rights and unity of African community. I'm humbled to call the Mother of the Nation, Mama Rebecca Nyandeng, the Vice President, to come and address the young people of East Africa. Your Excellency, you are highly welcome.
First, let me apologize for joining you a little late because I was tied down for some reason, and you will really know when I say that I was tied down, because sometimes we hide things under pretext that I'm busy, but you will know that I was busy. I don't know who are others who have come, because I thought there would be some ministers who would be here. They are not here. So, honorable members of the East African community, our NGOs partners, the organizers of and facilitators of this event, the media houses, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to launch this YouLead summit. I always value the opportunity to address the young people of this nation. There is a question that has been eating at me for many years now. I ask my colleagues in government, I ask my relatives, and I ask almost anyone who will listen. The question is, what kind of country will the future generation inherit from us? I always ask. I don't know how many of us who are concerned to ask such questions. Our children, our grandchildren, and the many generations still to come. My own grandchildren. Their grandfather had made legacy. What about me? I'm the one who's still here. What nation can I leave my grandchildren into? As the chair of the Gender and Youth Cluster, I have had the privilege of speaking and engaging with youth of various backgrounds, from sportsmen and women to community leaders and even my own staff, majority of whom are young people. I am eager to hear what is in their mind, how they think, and what kind of challenges they face. I know youth, and especially youth of South Sudan, face a lot of challenges. All these problems we talked about, all these crises, even the wars which are being fought in this country. The first war of Anyanya 1, the war of liberation, which has brought us here, was fought by young people. My own husband, when he went to the bush with our president, Salva Kiir Mayadi, they were youth. Dr. John was 38, and I know youth is 45. I cannot talk about myself, I was also a youth. Because we have a difference of 11 years with him. So I was a youth. So I have noticed common issues that come up time and time again. The young want to be included, recognized, and heard. Do we give this opportunity to them? No. And I know what I'm saying here is being watched. Even people here in Cuba, the leaders. I'm talking about us. And why not? This future that I keep talking about belongs to you, the youth. Our time as an elder, or elders, is passing, and our role should not be to cling to the seats of power that we have acquired. It should be to mentor and pave the way forward for you. So, if you will allow me, I would like to share with you a few words of advice and wisdom, not just from Vice President to the youth, but from a mother to her children. What I'm going to do with you here, when I visited America, 2018, and I visited Australia, they were expecting me to go and talk politics, but I did not. I really talk about the issues which are facing them in those countries. Some of them carry division, tribalism, 10,000s of miles from Africa to those countries. I don't know, they were carrying them in their boxes. In their luggages, I don't know. When they leave us in Nairobi, they carry some okra, dry fish, but where does the tribalism come from? So number one, in order to be a good leader, you must first learn to lead yourself. And I want to tell you something about this. You want to go into politics, you need followers. And if you don't lead yourself, to be an example, nobody will follow you. There's no leader without followers. When we went to Iowa, when we visited America with late Dr. John Garang, he gave his remarks, and a young boy of maybe 6 or 7 years, came out and hold his legs and say, Uncle John, I wanted to talk to you. And he spoke. Listen to him, and the boy said, Uncle, how can I become a leader? And he told him, by leading yourself. You have to lead yourself. Let me tell you, this is from your mom. Because as a mother, bringing up my son, I wanted to first see what food he eat, how can he grow up, how will he behave. There was one time, my son joined in school. I was called, and I was told that, oh, you know your son is very aggressive, he's intimidating, and the lady talking to me, she was so small like this. So I thought that John was intimidating her because of height. No, it's not a height. You know, he's aggressive, but at that time, for me as a mother, I knew that it was Afghanistan. But that lady told me, no, he's aggressive, but I said, you know, this boy is very humble, he's quiet at home, but I forgot that children hide their character from their parents, and when they go out in the open, they show it. The lady said, Mom, she hid it from the house, and I learned that day. As mothers, we learn every day as we bring up our children. So, you You need to know how to lead yourself. This will bring us to number 2. There are many different forms of leadership, and you should not limit yourself to government position. Now you are job seekers. I don't like to be a job seeker. I want to create environment to bring jobs to others. I also wanted to hold my time in my hand. I don't want anybody to control my time. And you know your time is your life. You allow somebody to control your life, your time is controlling your life. Like us in this age, somebody is controlling my time now. I come to you here, I go there, I go here. But here you find me, I'm collapsed in the chair. She collapsed. But if you are a private person, you control your time, you know when to do this, you organize yourself, you know what to do tomorrow, what to do next year. Nobody is doing this program for you. So don't limit your leadership to one. Yes, the youth have a role to play in politics. It's important. There is no question about that. But in order for this country to succeed and grow, we need to grow our private sector. I think I'm clear there. We need more educators. We need contractors and job creators. We need to reclaim our market places and grow our economy. You know, the economy of South Sudan is foreign-based economy. And now we continue talking and complaining in the houses. Oh, market is very expensive. This one is like this. And when your government wanted to say something about the market, people close their shop. And I know if it is you, you will not close your shop. You will go and seek the government, why are they doing this? You will have chambers of commerce to lead you in this. Those small businesses does not belong to those people. We are not chasing them away, but they should come doing big businesses. Then you don't have capital to do. Building hotels, big supermarkets, but this small kiosk, is it for foreigners? No. Do we have one of our people having kiosks in these neighboring countries? No. Do we have somebody cleaning the roads in those neighboring countries? I don't want to name them, but I will just general. Do we? No. No, these small businesses belong to you, but at the same time, you build your economy. Your late leader, Dr. John, said that a poor country or a poor government is a government where his people are poor. A rich government is a government where your population and your people are rich. How does the government get money if you don't have money in your hands for me to come and collect, to go and build the roads? You will give it to me because you know that I'm going to build the road. You will give me the taxation because I'm going to put up the school and the hospital. But from foreigner, how do I get this taxation? From them. I'm not discriminating because South Sudan belongs to us. There are our brothers and sisters, but there are some areas where there is limit to everything. Number 3, be aware of what's happening in your country, what I say. Familiarize yourself with the news, the laws, legislation, agreements, action plans, and the many texts that have grown dusty on our bookshelf. Educate yourself. Even this issue of tribalism, it comes because we don't know one another. We walk tall and we think that we are better than the other one. We are not. Read the books. They are there in UK. Look for them. Know about what is. There are books about Nuer. There are books about Dinka, about Murle, about all these tribes of South Sudan. Read them and know in that long time what happened. And if there was no problem, why create problem now? Who's responsible for that? Read books. Go to archives. We have at least a small archive where you can get information. If I ask you about what happened during 50s and 60s, none of you will know because you did not equip yourself. You don't read. And the English people say this. If you wanted to hide something from Africans, put it in the books. They will not read it. I will not tell you you are too late to do it, but I will say you are too late to do it. You read. Right now, do your own findings. Don't let Mama Rebecca come and stand here and tell you things that maybe I'm lying. Even the CPA, that is now a historical document, is still very meaningful to us. The CPA, very important and very relevant to our situation. You talk about power sharing, is there. And this is the problem now. You talk about wealth sharing, is there, and it is a problem now. But you are not looking at it. This depth is somewhere. I don't know, even if you will not look, you will find it. All these problems, tribalism and all other things is brought by issues of power sharing and wealth sharing. I think today somebody will go look for it. You will find yourself in this text, and you can be the driving force that transform these well-written words into action. Well-written, and especially the CPA. It's very well-written, well-put for you, for future generations to come. Finally, and most finally, education is the key to your future. Learn without discrimination. Seize whatever opportunity you can. Wherever you may find them, and use them to develop your own home. This is what I was telling people when I was in Australia or America. I tell them they are going to come here, you work, you sweat. A woman is working, a man is working. Later the man will come and go to sleep, and the woman will come from the work and do the job. But it was different. Our man goes and play cards, and the women are the one working, and later he comes from where he went to play cards and tell the woman, where is the food? Why you didn't wash my clothes? But you are a better factor. You have to share things when you go there. Leave Kalam than an Inca gentleman, or a North gentleman, or a Murle gentleman, or a Bari. Kalam da Khalu fi Belet. Nas Noel Zak Bugul. Ajati Bakhalu fi Belet. Kandi fi Belet Dani, you must care yourself. So, when you are with your wife, you must share a lot of things together. Help her. Even your own leader, John Garang, he used to cook. Not only cooking for anybody, cooking for me, because he was forcing me to go to school. So he will go to the kitchen, make my breakfast, pack my lunch, and bring my bike to the door and say, okay, if you don't want to go, your things are ready. Nobody forced him to do that. But he loved his wife. He wanted his wife to be somebody. So if Kanjangaran, I have a picture in Nairobi where he was cooking in the kitchen with one white lady. When I go to Nairobi, I put it in the Facebook so that you see it. I don't have Facebook, but I'll put it in somebody's Facebook. So, love is sharing everything. There is no limit to love. Love in your husband or love in your wife. It does not stop anywhere. You are the key resources that we need to develop this nation. You are the primary resources of this nation. Then now you will develop this country. You are our revolutionaries, our doctors, our nurses, our lawyers, our politicians, our journalists, our farmers, our artists, and our activists. I put it last because we don't want to put it in the beginning. Everybody will be activists. Because after you have all these things, and if they are not done well, then you become an activist to talk about this issue. You don't criticize just for the sake of criticism, but constructive criticism is very important. You know? But let me tell you this, the mistake is also from us. We have not mentored you. And I wanted to do it in this, I wanted to do it in these 3 years, to mentor you, to talk with you, so that you leave these grudges. You come to me, I'm there to listen. To mentor you is more than giving you money. You understand? It's very important, and we have not done it. We occupied ourselves with silly things that are not there. We get money from a man in my house, I marry many wives. Instead of developing my children, if I have a lot of money, I build other houses, I buy my son or daughter a car, I go and marry another wife. And the other family who live in the house are suffering. This is what is happening. And they don't like me for this because they say, Mama Rebecca. They say, Mama Rebecca doesn't like many wives. I say, yes. It is written all over my body. Walter Rodney, a great revolutionary thinker from Guyana, and a mentor to my late husband, Dr. John Garang in Mabio. Walter Rodney, Dr. John read a lot of his books and he was a mentor to him. When you consult books, you will find mentors. Even if they are not alive, they will mentor you in their grave. Would encourage young scholars to travel far and wide to explore the many fields of education and technology across the globe, but to do so with their people and their nation at heart. This is another one. Outside there, we talk about you don't have patriotism in your heart. You are not nationalist. It's not born with the people. It is the services you get in that nation make you patriot. And not. If Kaligona was about to get the young man with jacket, salute patriotism in a good way. But I wanted to tell you one thing. No matter how angry you are with us, please don't burn your flag. Because I saw some people burning our flag. You are burning the flag of those who have died during the revolution. It's not correct. Your flag is you. I'm warning ourselves because of your flag is your nation. We can travel far and wide, but our nation is South Sudan. Allow me to add just one more thing. In a conference in Chibudu, Dr. John Garang Dimabio mentioned that women are the marginalized or marginalized. But if I were to add into his statement, I would say that young women are marginalized 3 times over. Even among the youth who have been excluded in so many areas, women may still find themselves on the outside. Because young women, I say this, lift up your head up high, raise your voice and occupy a space. You may have to fight twice as hard, but your presence will be twice as powerful. Don't keep quiet. When people talk about youth, they think it is boys. Not true. When we talk about gender, it's not women. It's both. When we talk about youth, it is both. When we talk about gender, it is both. Because it is me who gives birth to both. To girls and boys. So I love my children equally. Lastly, I want to tell you that I know we, your leaders, have failed the youth of this country in many ways. We failed you. We use you to fight our battles, but do not provide you with resources. Jobs or opportunities you need to be self-sufficient. But let me tell you a secret. It is we, your leaders, who need you more than you need us. We need you. We need you in many ways. For example, when I came in, this young lady is the one helping me. I'm told not to carry heavy things. Now, if we chase you away, you are not near us. We can't do that. The good thing is that I brought young people. You can see them around and you can see them in my office. So it is us. Not only because of your energy, but because of the talents that you have. You have education. You have to use that talents that you have while it is still fresh. But let me tell you, because what good is a leader if they have no people to lead? If I don't have people, what good can I do? Now I'm proud to be here and I'm being watched everywhere, talking with my own kids. So whatever you do, whoever you lead, wherever you may go, you have the confidence and the knowledge that not only are you valuable to this nation, not only are you our primary resources, but you are essential to our very existence. You are essential to our very existence. Because I will go, but you will be here. You are the nation, you will remain. The country is not buried with the leaders. Leaders come and they go, but the nation remains. So long live South Sudan, long live the youth of South Sudan. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless our nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Rebecca Garang, for your remarks. We really want to appreciate you so much. We also want to say a special thank you to the entire team in South Sudan and all of those that have been with us online. I want to say a special thank you to Amy Longland from Commonwealth and Annie Maua from Uzalendo Africa, and also a YouLead Summit alumni. Let me hand over to South Sudan, to my colleague Zaida, to introduce the peace icon from South Sudan to give his remarks before we officially break off for lunch. Zaida, over to you.
I would like to repeat what our mother said when she was off microphone. She's saying she's reminding all of us to wear our masks. I'm a victim. She says Corona is not in the pocket here with us. So please, you're reminded to wear your masks. Thank you very much, our mother. And I would like to say that
thank you for your encouraging words. I would say, she said, if you want to be a leader, first lead yourself. And then she also said that our leaders need us, the young people, more than we need them. And then she also left us with a question to go with: what good is it of a leader if you do not have people to lead? So I hope we listen and move forward from here, taking Africa where we want to be, making the continent we want. So later, in a bit, we will have an address from this icon. I'll tell you more about him when he's here and when the time comes. I would like to hand over to Solomon so that he wraps the session that was ongoing. And our mother, you can sit in and wait until if we close the session, if that is okay.
All right, we're supposed to be closing the session, but perhaps that should be in the next 5 or so minutes. We're expecting to listen from the peace icon, but I thought that Zaida, you could get a few reactions from the young people seated in that room about Her Excellency Rebecca Garang's remarks as we hold tight and wait for the peace icon to come closer. Zaida. Oh. All right. I think that Her Excellency Rebecca Garang has left, but we're so grateful. We want to thank the government of South Sudan for being part of the YouLead Summit 2020. We really appreciate them for the time. Let's give us some room. I think for me, what has really stood out from Her Excellency Rebecca Garang was the fact that she comes in as a responsible leader to say that the leaders in South Sudan have failed the young people by not providing them with the resources. And I thought that it's a turning point for the young people in South Sudan. Earlier on, we were having a conversation around what is it that makes young people volatile and violent. And that was, they're not empowered, they're not given the skill set, so they're not given the opportunities to be able to do what they want to do, or perhaps even be their voices be heard in the international agenda or even national agenda. So I thought that we could get a few reactions from the audience here, from Her Excellency Rebecca Garang. There's about 3 or 4 reactions. Please come over here so that we can be able to have you on camera. Your reactions and responses from Her Excellency Rebecca Garang, the Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan. I think she also said that young people need to invest in education. Read, 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 read. All right, you can come over here, and then I hope the cameras can find you so that you can make your remarks. Here is the microphone.
Thank you, Solomon. I think, thank you to Her Excellency Madame Garang. Her speech especially highlighted the fact that inclusion is one of the most important things, and she spoke about economic inclusion, just like you said, making sure that everyone that is supposed to be expected to drive their nation forward has to be given what it takes to be able to do that. And I think one other thing that, drawing from the conversation that we had before we broke and came back from this session, the fact that we said that the systems that are in our nations that are driving the youth to extremism, because they have not been given opportunity to engage in any kind of meaningful way, like was mentioned yesterday by the East African Youth Ambassadors platform when they were launching the manifesto. They said that they want to bring forward participatory inclusion of the youth, and not just representative, that you do not just give us position and title, without giving us an actual voice. And earlier, when one of the delegates was communicating and saying that the fact that we have a political system that that always reigns in the youth and makes sure they do not have an actual voice to be able to convey what it is that they need for themselves, for their nations, is one of the things that we have to look at, especially going forward, that civil society answers how, and I do not mind getting answers to this question from anyone that is willing. How do we move forward if we are not taking the path of extremism, which people have retaliated and said that we are being forced to? If we are not going the way of violence because we have been pushed to the wall, and if the system has locked young people out and they are not able to go up using that route and to have their needs taken care of and their nations taken care of in that way, what is the next step, especially that we can take as youth, especially in civil society? Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Someone in the audience will be able to answer that question. Maybe Barbara, you should get ready to answer that. But yeah, more reactions and thoughts. Yes, you could please come in and introduce yourself and then make your reaction to the Vice President Rebecca Garang's remarks in a minute. There's a microphone.
My name is James Leonard Mavumba. I just want to give my compliment to Her Excellence Rebecca Garang for her very nice speech, especially a direct one speech to the youth. She spoke about if you want to be a leader, you need to first lead yourself. And for this one, to me, I would say she actually spoke to us directly when I tried to refer this even with our former President Jakaya Kikwete yesterday when we were having a dinner gala at a TCDC. He spoke also about something like this. He said, I have already signed for the National Youth Council policy and its installment, and you guys are just seated here, then go and demand it yourself. So because we, the youth, are the stakeholders of this, and I think we need to lead ourselves, but not only in this context that I have grabbed her idea. I grabbed her idea also in another new dimension, that some of us, especially the young people, are used by other people to deliver their interest. If we go and lead ourselves in a nice way, we can avoid corruption to be used by political actors in order for them to deliver whatever their personal interests are. Then if we take this trait and lead ourselves exactly, indeed, we'll reach to our destiny and even counteract and prevent violence in our communities. But also she spoke about there are so many positions out there in many sectors, in different careers. I think she advised us again that we should go and grab these opportunities in many sectors, in an economic way, in the social way, political way, in faith-based ways. I met a certain person who said, if you just want to be a leader, make sure that you are a leader in 4 ways. Either you're a very big business person. Personally, I got an opportunity to meet Jack Ma when I attended the Youth Connect Summit in Kigali. This is what he advised. He said, if you fail to be a political leader, please at least be a business leader. If you fail to be a business leader, please at least make sure you reach a very high position in a faith-based organization. In that way, you can be a leader. And if you fail to be a leader into that, at least in your family, in your community, somehow, somewhere, you are recognized your contribution. Try as much as you can, be a leader right over there. And just to wind up, she also tried to insist on something which I saw it was very vital for us, especially the young people in Africa generally. And as I speak, I want to speak generally in Africa because also I'm engaged with the African Union. She said, be aware of what is happening in your country. It is very true. Even yesterday here I heard one of the person here spoke and said that, you see, this conference is being conducted here in Arusha, but we have a very few representation from Arusha. What is the problem? The problem is the young people are not following the information and trying to engage or involve themselves in researching informations.
Yeah.
So, just to wind up.
Yeah, in 30 seconds.
Yeah, in 30 seconds. She finished by saying education is a key to your future. So learn without discrimination. And I think this is the big context that as the new leaders, the young emerging leaders of Africa, we need to explore and discover and try to research and come up with very nice solutions through education, because even gathering information or being inquisitive, being keen to get new ideas, connecting. There was a person who said, connect is the power of YouLead. So if we connect also is part of educating ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your submissions. All right, so we have a peace icon who is live for us from Juba. Let me hand over to my colleague, Zaida, to proceed with that part of the program. Zaida.
An address. Nelson Kwade is a South Sudanese technologist, a human rights campaigner with over 7 years of experience in ICT and digital rights advocacy, executing projects in Kenya, Ethiopia, Sudan, South Sudan, Uganda, and Cameroon. He is the director for programs for Defy Now in South Sudan, and that is an organization that focuses on promoting digital rights. I know you people have heard about 211 Check organization. It is the first fact-check organization in South Sudan, and he works for them. And Nelson was listed among the 100 most influential young Africans for the year 2020. So his work has been tremendous in making sure that South Sudan reaches its goal, actually the region of fighting misinformation, of making sure that people get information because of his ICT work. So that contributes to peace, and that is why we have him here. Nelson Kwade, you are welcome. You can come and take the podium.
Zaida, it's a delight being here. I'm being a part of the peace icon, which adds a lot of pressure to what I'm going to say already. But all the same, it's a delight to be here with my fellow South Sudanese and also everyone else who is in all the other countries, in Arusha and all the rest. As he stated, my name is Nelson Kwade. I primarily started my career in ICT, but then I merged it with Peacebuilding. I currently direct a program for Defy Now in South Sudan and East Africa. We work in the areas of conflict and peace building and how that links to technology. And we currently are active in 3 countries that either have a passive or active conflict. That is Ethiopia, Cameroon, and South Sudan. In each of these countries, we find that there's a conflict of identity. In Ethiopia, it's ethno-regionalism. In Cameroon, it's a linguistic conflict that has been left after the colonial rulers left Cameroon, creating a fictional division that is based on language, but now has rooted deeply into the society and linked to competition over resources. In the case of South Sudan, it's a power struggle linked with ethno divisions that have led to the loss of so many lives. In each of these countries, we find that these divisions created within society lead into loss of lives, and more often than not, we find the youth are the vehicles for executing these atrocities, as well as also being the most affected with this. So at Defy Head now, we try to enhance trust so that we can be able to restore the social fabric, what we call in Arabic, an-nasiyya al-ijtimai. So how do you restore social fabric in countries where trust has been eroded? People don't trust their neighbors, people don't trust their fellow countrymen, and people don't trust even their governments. So as the youth, we have both the mandate, the ability, and also the experience to do that. I know in a lot of places, youth are not associated with experience, because most of the time we count experience in terms of years, not in terms of what you have done. And this is a bit of a tricky situation. I remember I've been in places where someone started by putting a disclaimer to me, telling me, you know, Nelson, I know you don't have a lot of experience. I was like, no, sir, I actually do. So it's not trying to say that as a young person you should be arrogant and inconsiderate, but you should know your value in the room. No one should come and tell you, no one should come and preempt you and telling you that you don't have experience while you have not told them that. And I usually say also as youth, you're deemed, you're deemed incompetent until you explicitly prove otherwise. But as an elderly person, you're deemed competent until you explicitly also prove that you're not. So walking into a room as a young person trying to offer your value, a lot of people think at times, they have not met you before, but a lot of them think like, I think this person doesn't know anything. So probably I can link it to this in stating some of the work that we're doing, and probably I can say what I think our role as a youth should be. So like currently in the work that we're doing at Defy Hate now, we're trying to kind of restore that trust. We're trying to combat hate speech. We're trying to bring communities together using art, using activism, using technology. Also trying to create a sustainable peace among communities. And I think all of us in this room are trying to do that to some extent using different means. But our aim is the same. Like in South Sudan, the word peace is sung in each and every corner. The only thing that we don't have is actually peace. But all other things about peace we do have, apart from peace itself. But it reaches a time where we have to take a bold step. We have to mobilize our resources, we have to mobilize our energy, and we have to mobilize everything that we have in our hand in order for us to make a meaningful progress. I personally, I am unapologetically Pan-Africanist. I remember I was in Kenya some time back, and we had a couple with someone in a public transport. He was telling me like, you go to your country. I was like, no, this is my country. I told him I don't believe in these colonial borders. I believe each and every part of this continent is ours. And as South Sudanese and even as Africans, we have the right to raise the banner for this continent. I know, understandably so, as South Sudanese, we have a lot of problems within our country, and we might think that should be our focus. But we also have a continental agenda. We have a continental agenda to ensure that the peace and the sustainability and the prosperity of this continent is in our hands and it's in our hearts. And we also, as South Sudanese, we have one of the things that work for us very well. There are so many things that I know that we have as quality. But one of the things that we have as South Sudanese, we are very resilient. We're very, very resilient. And that is something that we should be proud of. I've been to the refugee camps in northern Uganda, to the Rhino refugee camp in northern Uganda. You can see things are tough. There are places in the that you cannot earn money, not because you are not hardworking, just because there is no money. If you're in the refugee camp, the only way to get money is either to sell your food or someone sends you money from outside. Apart from that period, there is no any economic activity. But despite that, I see South Sudanese still going to schools, getting good grades, getting scholarships, being accepted to other universities, and even building houses. I've never seen a community with this level of resilience. And this is an asset that we can also use to export it to other places. We're a very resilient nation. We have a very resilient youth. I have been to places in this country where people are like, there are no resources. But on Sunday, you find the way that someone is dressed to church. You might think that they're coming from a high-end hotel. People still put on their dignified clothes, iron it, and come in their best self. And I think that is something that as South Sudanese that we should be proud of. The resilience, the creativity, and the energy that we have in order for us to be able to make a meaningful progress. And I'm very sure we'll be able to do that. I'm very sure as a nation we'll be able to do that. I'm very sure also as a nation we'll be able to make meaningful contribution to this continent. And it's a delight to talk to all of you. I will take questions about the fact head now or about the work that we're doing, but that's my address.
Thank you very much. I will ask the first question. And what level or extent can we build and change our approaches to peace building?
I think that is, I think it depends. Like for example, I think there are so many levels and that we can use to change our approaches. Like especially in the case of South Sudan, I think national ownership is one of the things that is so much needed in the process, because a lot of the peace building that has been happening in this country always has to happen through a third party. So that has created a sense of that, like, we cannot make peace unless someone comes in and helps us in doing it. So we don't talk to each other directly. So I think there is a lot of extent in changing the ownership and also the level of national engagement in the process. Okay.
So I'm going to ask you a personal question. You know, you are a young man who I'm sure is inspiring many of us personally. I didn't get to know you until you made it to the top 100, and I got to know that you're influential and you are creating a lot of impact. And I know there are young people here who also want to create impact. They are struggling, they are doing their best, but there are a lot of obstacles. How did you get here? What is your secret with them?
I cannot tell you enough how much of this question I've been receiving over the last 3 weeks. What is the secret and how do you get there? Probably what I will say is that, like, there's something that someone says is that laps on the track is time well spent. I do run, so I'll give an example of running. If you want to run, I run 5K, that's 5 kilometers. If you want to run a marathon, before you go into like running the full marathon, probably you have to do 5K 10 times. And you have to do the 10K, and you have to do the half marathon, and then you have to do the... If someone tries to do a marathon, having not run before, try to run a marathon, you will not even reach 5 kilometers. The idea is that, like, you need to spend a lot of time on the track. You need to spend, actually the best way to kind of engage in high level is to do a lot of community work. I've spent a lot of the time doing community work. I know for the other people, for the media observers and what, it just seems like as if I popped up on the list. But I spent a lot of the time doing community work in Kenya, in Uganda, here in this country also. engaging in the Internet Governance Forum, engaging in all that. Basically, my advice to that, you really want to run a marathon, spend a lot of the time on the track, do your time, do the energy, and then you'll be able to run the marathon. But if you attempt to go at a marathon from the first start, you usually wouldn't be able to finish the whole thing.
It brings us to the word that says that practice makes perfect. So I wanted to ask about the assets. We know that the biggest obstacle to peace in this country is the fact that there is a deadlock in the implementation of the assets. And what do you think are the root causes of those challenges, and how can they be countered?
I know that people go online, so she's talking about the revitalized peace agreement in South Sudan. In fact, the very fact that it is revitalized, it shows that it shows that there is something that messed up in the first place. Like the peace agreement, just like all other mechanisms in South Sudan, it doesn't have a lot of problems in the text. The problem is in the political will and the intentionality behind it. Because, like, for example, in South Sudan, we have very good laws that will enable our parliament to hold the executive accountable. We have laws that will protect the media freedom and what. But what we don't have is the political will and the adherence to the rule of law. So what the peace agreement is suffering from is what all other laws in South Sudan are suffering from, is some level of disregard to things that we have agreed to, and also a lack of political will in order for us to move forward. And then the other bigger problems, which is kind of like overshadowing the peace agreement, is that the idea that it was set up in a way that those with the biggest guns and the biggest ability to cause chaos are usually rewarded. I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much. Yes, this is there are people who are virtual, so I would like to hand over to my co-moderator, Solomon. I can give you 5 to 7 minutes to ask your questions, and please try to respond in the shortest way possible so that it can give many questions. Solomon, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the team from Juba. I just have like 2 quick questions. One of which is that, do you think that the youth in South Sudan are actually failing themselves? Have the youth strategically positioned themselves to take advantage of the opportunities that may arise as South Sudan retakes off or gets a rebirth as the peace returns to the region? And the second thing is, do you think that the youth have a responsibility of holding the key leaders? I mean, you've just formed the executive, but do you think that the youth in South Sudan have a critical role to play to put the leaders to account as they effectively start on their different roles? And how can you be able to do that?
So yes, have the youth in South Sudan placed themselves strategically? Yes, I think so. I think it was I can see Soro there at the back. I think we were at the permanent constitutional review just a few days ago, together with some of you here, where the youth of South Sudan came together and they were discussing like a very core national issue regarding because right now we have a transitional constitution, we still don't have a permanent constitution, and the youth of South Sudan are currently discussing what will be the shape and the structure of the permanent constitution of this country. And I was in this meeting on Saturday, and people were discussing everything. Everything was on the table, from the national identity to the linguistic composition, the ethnical composition, the system of government in this country. So the youth of South Sudan are strategically enough, and they have placed themselves in that. What is probably where the youth of South Sudan are lagging is that a lot of them are also being, the youth of South Sudan are also being divided along political lines. So every political leader wants to create his own youth, and then now they drive that agenda, as opposed to the youth being what we call like, as opposed to the youth forming a critical mass. And I think that is what is kind of lagging us behind a bit. We are not forming our own critical mass to demand a share of the cake. Instead, we're being segmented along political lines, and then that makes small marginal contribution as opposed to the youth demanding and having a unified voice. And I think that is there is some work that needs to be done there.
And that actually is a bit scary, because if the youth are still being mobilized along political lines and ethnic lines, so to say, because we understand, we who observe the issues going on in South Sudan from the outside, is that most of the political tensions that we've been experiencing in South Sudan are tagged along the ethnic lines. And therefore, as an influential person, or as someone who is advocating for peace, what then are you going to do to ensure that the conversation goes beyond just the differences in politics and in the ethnicity, but rather building a critical mass that you are talking about to be able to advance youth issues on the national agenda?
I think probably we need to realize what led. There is a lot of discord among the youth. This is the place, this is the country where we have seen people have witnessed atrocities in a very horrific way. Whatever you read online, the reality is probably 10 times worse than what you have read online or what you have read in reports. So I don't want to exclude people animosity inside their heart, but I wanted to say that we understand there is a part of healing that requires time, and there's a part of it that requires for us to do a lot of effort. So one of the things that we need to do in this country is to allow healing to take place, to also allow people to restore the trust to them. One of the things that we will try to do, probably from my platform, is to try to ensure that like every opportunity that we're given to speak or to engage, to ensure that there is possible equal representation of voice, and there is also equal opportunity to everyone, irrespective of your ethnical background, irrespective of your political class, also as irrespective of your resource background. So we need to level the playing field so that we can hear as many diverse voices, and we can hear as many unique experiences to the table. And at times, and this is not happening right now, we need to have more of that.
And you mentioned something very critical here, because you talked about that there is need for a healing process. Has there been any form of peace and reconciliation committee or process that can be able to sort of provide a platform for young people who perhaps have memories of the atrocities that were committed to sort of speak out and speak up about, you know, their history, so that they can then begin the healing process? I guess my question should be is there an avenue that has been put in place to start this healing process, to sort of phase out, you know, the issues brought about by the political and ethnicity agenda, which was very critical in the atrocities that were committed in South Sudan?
Yes, there is. Yes, there is, but there are also challenges. Like South Sudan has just concluded or released a report for the national dialogue, irrespective of your feeling about it. So South Sudan has had a national dialogue that has been going for the last 1 year plus, and it has just kind of concluded the conference, and they released a report. And the national dialogue had a very wide mandate, basically look at all the things that led to the mess up. Part of it is the conflict, but also part of it is the structure. Unfortunately, like other mechanisms in this country, even the national dialogue itself didn't have 100% participation from all the parties that are involved in this. As I said, just because of the issue of the misfile, people even are mistrusting the mechanisms that are supposed to believe about that. The other thing that is happening for avenues for healing, we have seen women in this country leading a lot of work. Women and young ladies, leading the mothers of this country, they have been leading a lot of processes on different mechanisms to create healing among communities. And that is something that is happening in a very, what I call micro level, but also very effective. Because at times you find things that are done at a national base, and at times omit some parts of the problems. But there are a lot of work that is being done within communities. There are communities that are being restored. As I talk right now, I think some of the, if someone can correct me on that, the POC, the point, some of the POCs have been closed or either handed back. Is that true? Yeah. So we had some intelligent displaced camps here in South Sudan that have been created post the conflict. And some of them have either been vacated or some have been handed back to the government. Of course, that doesn't mean everything is rosy, but at least it means that to some extent, people feel that no one will come and attack them tomorrow morning. It's a good sign, but still there's a lot of work to be done.
Interesting what you just said. Just one heartfelt question from me. Uganda is hosting, like you said, you've had an opportunity of going to the different refugee camps in northern Uganda, and you talked about the resilience of South Sudanese living, for example, in the Bidi refugee settlement. What would be your message to the young people living in these refugee camps? Would you want them to come home, and can you assure them of the peace for them to come back home from where you're standing as a peace icon in South Sudan?
I think probably my message to them will be twofold. The first one is that, like, we're really sorry. That's the first thing that I tell them. Because I was at the refugee camp and I told them in their face, I told them, you're not a tourist. No one came here to come and check. Like, anyone who's in the refugee camp went there against their will. So this country owes a huge apology to anyone who is in a refugee camp, or anyone who was born in a refugee camp, or anyone who had to experience refugee. This is not the normal state of affairs. So I think that is, first of all, my first message. The question of that, whether they should come home, yes, they should. But you need to realize that, like, the problems that led people to seek refuge is conflict. The problem that make people to continue at refuge is not necessarily conflict; it's economic. And that is the biggest elephant in the room. When people left and went to Uganda and to these places, what happens is that, like, their means of production and their means of living have been destroyed. So when you're coming back, as much as you're coming back to your country, you're coming back in one way or another also like a refugee in your own country, because you want to come and start from scratch. So there is a whole process of restoration that needs to happen, and that is, first of all, kind of healing, but also economic and provision. And on the question, will I be able to assure them of the peace in this country? That's such a difficult question. I don't hold a political office, so it's very, so I only speak from a very small podium, not big. So I think what I will assure them is that there is an effort for us to build a sustainable country. As I know South Sudanese say never again, never again. Of course, that's a good sentiment, but we really need to see action. We really need to see action from the leaders of this country. We need to see action from the guarantees of the grantors of the peace in this country. We also need to see action in terms of demobilization of the armed forces, and kind of setting up mechanisms for for a peaceful transition.
And I guess this push for accountability and the push for peace, those voices need to start from young people of South Sudan and of the East African community to have some sort of commitment from the leaders who have just taken the executive office to commit to peace. And I know there is that slogan that South Sudan never again. I think that by the time you're not so confident to say that you're in a position to say that South Sudan is peaceful for the people in the refugee camps to come home, that in a way is a statement that speaks loud. I think that there is need to build a critical mass of the young people to put the leaders who are in the executive to come on board. But Zaida, let me cross over to you, I guess, to conclude the session.
I would like to thank everyone for being patient and sit down. Everyone in their respective locations. Thank you. We will now break for lunch, but after lunch, we will start the next session at 2:20. Nelson, thank you very much for being here and honoring our invitation. Let's go and enjoy.
All right, thank you very much, Nelson, and thank you for the team from Juba. You've done amazingly well, and we want to say a special thank you to Annie, and a special thank you to Emilio. Thank you very much for being part of the conversation. It's really been candid. Let's break off for a break, and then let me just perhaps for housekeeping, let me ask Stella to perhaps come and talk about the breakaway sessions after lunch, so that we know what to do after lunch before we break up. Stella, if you want to talk about it, basically the program after lunch, because where the breakaway sessions, who is discussing what, just yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I suggest you enjoy this moment. These are the rare opportunities you hear my voice. So enjoy it. I actually cannot give you the details of the breakout sessions, but what is happening is that there are breakout sessions happening here and in Burundi and in South Sudan, different sessions. The sessions here shall be coordinated by, I think, 3 different organizations. So let's come back early, like in good time after lunch, and then you'll either be briefed by Abella or Beatrice. Sawa? Oh, no, I'm actually not proposing a time. I'm telling you exactly what time you should be back. Notice how you got late after tea and you found the session had gone 3/4 way, right? Let's just keep time. The time to Okay, Franklin. Okay, Franklin. Okay, Franklin. Franklin, my enemies have paid you to finish me. I shall retaliate by giving them double the briefcase. So we are coming back at 2 sharp. So do your best to eat your food quickly and be back here at 2, so that then you can get your briefing and proceed to the breakout sessions. Is that a plan? Sawa sawa. Aya tunane sanane basi.
Asante sana. Franklin, pay for your sins, please.
Please don't go. Beatrice has come. You can get instructions now. Please, just a few seconds. I know there's a lunch protest, but I beg, don't lift your placards. We are going to pay the organizers of your strike so that you'll have no leadership.
Jamani, poleni na hongereni. Baada ya lunch tutakuwa na breakout sessions zinafanyika room tofauti EAC. Utachagua session of your choice. Kuna ambazo zitafanyika online na kuna ambazo zitafanyika physically hapa. So nitakutajia ambazo zinafanyika hapa na ni room gani, na kutakuwa kuna ushers na kuna watu ambao wanawasaidia kufika katika hizo vyumba. So Resource Development wanafanya workshop around SDG, inafanyika VIP lounge ambayo iko hapa chini, hii floor, ground floor. Ukitoka nje unafata mkono wa kushoto, last room, and then TBI wanafanya workshop inaitwa Building a Culture of Tolerance. Wako floor ya kwanza, room 1303. And then TYVA wanafanya a workshop around anti-corruption, inafanyika katika hiki chumba. So mtachagua and then mtaingia na mtasign registration forms. Santeni na karibuni lunch.
We want to do a quick checkout to understand if there's enough appetite for all programs. For lunch there's an appetite, right? But we want to see if there's enough appetite for all programs or if we should reduce workshops, okay? Because we have 3 workshops and physically here. So I want to see, by show of hand, who will be attending the anti-corruption workshop. Good. So who will be attending the Culture of Tolerance workshop? Good. All right. Who will be attending the SDGs workshop? All right. I think it's split. All right. It's split. So we are not canceling anything. Okay. So again, where is SDG workshop again? And where is Culture of Tolerance? And where is anti-corruption talk? You've got it. Now you can go for the other appetite.